What's going on, everyone? It's the fiction world here. We've got something amazing for you today. What if Deku was reborn with the Chaquetrix and created a massive breeding harem of all-female Ben 10 aliens? Real quick, if you haven't subscribed yet, what are you waiting for? Join thousands of story lovers and hit that subscribe button. Alright, story time. Chapter 1, Ignition. The rooftop smelled like tar and regret. Izuku stood at the edge, his hand resting on the Chaquetrix, a device he didn't fully understand but could feel humming against his skin like a second heartbeat. The wind caught his hair, and for a moment, he was back there. Kamino Ward. All for One's hand through his chest. The wet sound of his own death. He'd died. And then he woke up here, 3 months in the past, with this thing fused to his wrist and memories that hadn't happened yet burning in his skull. The rooftop door burst open behind him, and a skeletal figure stumbled through, steam still rising from emaciated shoulders. All Might, Toshinori Yagi, in his true form. Blood flecked his lips. His sunken eyes went wide when he saw Izuku standing there, calm, waiting. "Young man, you shouldn't," he coughed, doubling over. "You shouldn't be up here. It's dangerous. I know about One for All." All Might froze mid-cough. "I know about your injury. The fight with All for One. The time limit on your power." Izuku turned to face him fully, and something in his expression made the symbol of peace take a step back. "I know you're about to tell me I can't be a hero because I'm quirkless. And I know you're wrong." The silence stretched between them. Below, the city hummed with afternoon traffic. Somewhere distant, a siren wailed. "How, All Might finally managed, could you possibly know any of that?" Izuku raised his left arm. The Chaquetrix caught the light, green and black, sleek as a predator, alien in a way that made All Might's instincts scream. "I don't completely understand it myself. But I know it's going to change everything." "What is that device?" "I was hoping you could help me figure that out." All Might opened his mouth to respond, and then his head snapped toward the horizon. His eyes narrowed. Even in this weakened form, his senses were sharp. "Something's wrong. There's a commotion in the shopping district. A villain attack." Izuku felt it too. Or rather, the Chaquetrix felt it, pulsing faster, warming against his skin. It was reacting to something. To danger. To need. The sludge villain, Izuku breathed. The memories crashed over him, Bakugo choking, the hero standing helpless, his own legs moving before his brain could catch up. "He's got someone. He didn't finish the sentence. He was already running." The crowd was thick by the time Izuku shoved his way to the front. Flames licked at the storefronts. Heroes stood in a loose perimeter, Kamui Woods, Death Arms, Backdraft, all of them watching, waiting, doing nothing useful. And in the center of the chaos, a massive pile of living sewage had wrapped itself around a struggling teenager. Bakugo. His explosions were making things worse. Every blast ignited the sludge villain's body, spreading fire, forcing the heroes back. His red eyes, furious, terrified, caught Izuku's through the smoke. "Someone help him," a woman screamed. "Why aren't you doing anything?" Death Arms gritted his teeth. "Our quirks aren't suited for this. We need someone with the right abilities." Izuku's legs moved. Again. Just like before. Just like the first timeline. His body remembered what his mind was trying to forget, that he'd done this already, run into danger with nothing but desperation and a dream. But this time was different. The Chaquetrix screamed. Not a sound, a sensation. Heat flooded through Izuku's veins, concentrated in his left arm, and the device's faceplate split open like a blooming flower. Light erupted from within, blinding green-white, and something pulled itself out of that light. She was 7 feet tall. Her body was living magma, obsidian black skin fractured with veins of molten orange and gold, like lava flows frozen mid-motion. Her eyes were pure white fire. Her hair was flame itself, cascading down her back in waves of orange and red. She was built like a warrior, all lean muscle and predatory grace, and when her feet touched the ground, the asphalt softened beneath her. The crowd screamed. The heroes stumbled back. Even the sludge villain paused, his grip on Bakugo loosening in shock. She looked at Izuku. Her lips, dark as cooled magma, curved into a smile. "You called," she said, and her voice crackled like a bonfire. "I came." Her head turned toward the villain, and that smile sharpened into something dangerous. "Who are we burning?" "The sludge villain," Izuku said, pointing. "Get Bakugo out of there without hurting him." "Done." She moved like fire spreads, fast, hungry, inevitable. The sludge villain tried to retreat, tried to compress around Bakugo as a hostage shield, but she didn't slow down. She plunged her hands directly into his mass, and everywhere she touched, he boiled. The villain shrieked. A horrible, wet, bubbling shriek. Steam exploded outward in a massive cloud as his liquid body evaporated on contact with her superheated skin. He tried to pull away, tried to reconstitute, but she was faster. Her arms wrapped around Bakugo, the heat somehow not burning him, redirected away from his skin by sheer will, and she pulled him free in one smooth motion. She dropped him on the ground at Izuku's feet, still steaming. "Kid's fine," she announced. "Villain's not." Behind her, the sludge villain collapsed into a puddle of inert, rapidly cooling mud. He wasn't dead, Izuku could see him still twitching, trying to pull himself back together, but he was thoroughly defeated. In under 10 seconds. The silence was absolute. Then Bakugo lunged to his feet, coughing, sputtering, and staring at Izuku like he'd grown a second head. "What the fuck was that? Deku? What the hell did you just, who is, what?" "I don't actually know yet," Izuku admitted. The flame woman turned back to him. Up close, she was even more striking, the patterns on her skin shifted constantly, new cracks forming and sealing as her internal temperature fluctuated. She studied his face with an intensity that made his cheeks flush. "You don't know what I am," she said. It wasn't a question. "No. But you called me anyway. I needed to save him." Her smile softened. Something shifted in those white fire eyes, something warm in a way that had nothing to do with her powers. "Yeah. You did. I felt it. When I was forming, I guess. Whatever space I was in before, I felt what you were feeling. You didn't want to hurt anyone. You just wanted to save someone." She laughed, low and smoky. "Do you have any idea how rare that is? How many species would kill to have a summoner who calls them out of compassion instead of conquest?" Izuku didn't know how to respond to that. "My name is Firaxa," she continued. "At least, that's what feels right. I'm a Pyronite, a species from a star called Pyros. And as of about 30 seconds ago, I'm yours." She tilted her head. "Is that going to be a problem?" You're a person. You can't be mine." "That's not, I can be whatever I want to be." She stepped closer, and the heat rolling off her made his skin prickle. "And what I want is to be yours. You showed me what you are in the moment of my birth. That matters. That's everything." She grinned. "Besides, you're cute when you're flustered. That helps." "Oi." Bakugo shoved between them, still covered in residual slime and absolutely furious. "Are you two done flirting? Someone explain what the hell is happening." "Deku, you're quirkless. You don't have powers. So why do you have some kind of fire alien girlfriend?" "I'm not his girlfriend," Firaxa said mildly. "Not yet. Ask me again in a week." "That's not the point." The heroes were approaching now, hesitant, hands raised in non-threatening gestures. Kamui Woods looked like he was trying to figure out if he needed to fight someone. Death Arms was on his phone, probably calling for backup. Backdraft had given up entirely and was just staring. Son, Death Arms called out. We're going to need you and your, friend to stay right there. Someone from the Hero Commission will want to talk to you. Izuku felt the weight of what was about to happen settle onto his shoulders. He knew how this would go. Questions. Interrogations. People wanting to understand, wanting to control, wanting to take. He'd seen it before, in another life, with One for All. The difference was that One for All was hidden inside him. Firaxa was standing right here, 7 feet of living fire, impossible to hide. Okay, he said. But she comes with me. And nobody touches her. Firaxa's grin sharpened. I like this kid already. The police station was chaos. Izuku sat in a plastic chair that was slowly melting, because Firaxa refused to sit more than 3 feet away from him and her passive body heat was significant. Officers kept walking past, pretending not to stare, failing miserably. Someone had brought a fan. It wasn't helping. Detective Tsukachi Naomasa sat across from them, his notebook open, his pen moving in frantic shorthand. He'd been asking questions for an hour. He looked like he needed a drink. So let me make sure I understand, he said. The device activated on its own, in response to your emotional state, and created her. That's what it seems like. And she's a fully autonomous being with her own thoughts, feelings, and desires. Firaxa waved. Hey there. And you have no idea what the device is, where it came from, or how many other beings it might be capable of creating. Izuku looked at the Chaquetrix. It sat on his wrist, dormant now, but he could feel it humming faintly. Waiting. No. But I'm going to find out. Tsukachi pinched the bridge of his nose. This is above my pay grade. This is above everyone's pay grade. We're going to need to bring in Quirk specialists, possibly the Hero Commission, maybe even, I'll take it from here, detective. The voice came from the doorway. All Might stood there, in his true form, having apparently decided that his cover was already blown around Izuku. Tsukachi shot to his feet, but All Might waved him down. I'll vouch for the boy. And for his companion. They can stay with me while we figure this out. All Might, with respect, we don't know what, I know. All Might's eyes met Izuku's, and there was something complicated there. Respect, maybe. Curiosity. A hint of fear. But I have a feeling this young man is going to be very important. One way or another. Better he's somewhere I can keep an eye on him. Firaxa leaned over and whispered to Izuku, is the skeleton man always this dramatic? Pretty much, yeah. Cool. I like dramatic. All Might's apartment was sparse. A futon. A small kitchen. Walls lined with memorabilia from his career that he clearly didn't look at anymore. Izuku sat on the floor, Firaxa lounging beside him, while All Might made tea with hands that trembled slightly. You knew things about me, All Might said, not turning around. Things you shouldn't know. Things only a handful of people in the world know. Yeah. And you're not going to tell me how. I can't. Not yet. Maybe not ever. I know that's frustrating, and I know you have no reason to trust me. But everything I do from here on out, you'll be able to see for yourself. Judge me by my actions. All Might turned, 2 cups in his hands. He set one in front of Izuku, then paused, looking at Firaxa. Do you drink? I can. She accepted the cup, and it immediately started steaming more aggressively. Won't taste like much to me, but I appreciate the gesture. She took a sip. Not bad. Little weak. I'll make it stronger next time. I like this skeleton man. All Might sat across from them, his skeletal frame folding awkwardly. The device on your wrist. You said it created her in response to your emotional state. Your need. That's what it felt like, yeah. Which means it might create others. Izuku nodded slowly. He'd been thinking about that. The Chaquetrix had activated when he needed someone to save Bakugo, someone with the power to handle a threat he couldn't handle alone. Firaxa was fire and fury, offense incarnate. But what happened the next time he was in danger? The next time he needed something different? The Chaquetrix has a database, he said, though he wasn't sure how he knew that. The knowledge was just there, uploaded into his brain along with the device. It contains genetic information on millions of alien species. Each one has different abilities, different forms. When I need something badly enough, it pulls from that database and creates a being that fits the need. Creates a person, All Might corrected quietly. Yeah. A person. Someone real, with their own mind and their own choices. They're not tools. They're not weapons. They're people who happen to exist because of me. Firaxa put a hand on his shoulder. Her touch was warm but not burning, she was controlling her temperature around him instinctively. He got that right immediately. You know how many Chaquetrix wielders treat their summons as property? As slaves? I've got ancestral memories, sort of. Echoes of Pyronites who were called before me, in other timelines, other dimensions. Some of them were treated like garbage. Used up and thrown away. Her grip tightened. He looked at me and saw a person. First thing. That's why I'm his. She keeps saying that, Izuku muttered. I don't own her. No, you don't. But I belong to you anyway. There's a difference. She grinned at his confused expression. You'll figure it out. All Might watched this exchange with an unreadable expression. Then he leaned forward. Midoriya. I came to that rooftop to tell you something. Something I've told others before. That heroism requires power, and that someone without power, without a quirk, could never stand among the professionals who risk their lives every day. Izuku's stomach clenched. He knew what was coming. I was going to tell you to give up your dream. The words hung in the air. Firaxa's hand tightened on Izuku's shoulder. Her temperature spiked, just for a second, and the tea in All Might's cup bubbled. But then I watched you run toward danger when no one else would, All Might continued. I watched you call forth a being of incredible power through sheer force of will. I watched you immediately treat that being with respect and dignity, even when you didn't understand what she was. He smiled, thin and tired, but real. I was wrong. You have the heart of a hero. The question is what we do about it. I want to go to UA, Izuku said immediately. I want to be a hero. A real one. The kind who saves people with a smile. He met All Might's eyes. Like you. All Might's smile flickered. Pain crossed his face, the weight of expectations, of a legacy he wasn't sure he could carry anymore. But then it steadied. The entrance exam is in 3 months. Your situation is unprecedented. A quirkless student with the ability to summon autonomous alien beings. The examiners won't know what to make of you. I'll show them. Yes. You will. All Might stood, and for a moment, his shadow seemed larger than his skeletal frame should allow. I'll help you prepare. Not because I think you need it, you clearly have abilities beyond anything the exam is designed to test. But because you'll need to understand the hero world you're entering. Its rules. Its politics. Its dangers. His eyes hardened. There are people who will want to control what you have. Who will want to use it, and you, as a weapon. You need to be ready for them. Izuku nodded. He knew. He'd seen it before, in his first life. The Hero Commission. The corruption. The way the system chewed up people who didn't fit into its neat categories. This time, he'd be ready. There's something else, All Might said. Something I need to show you. But not tonight. Get some rest. Your life is about to become very complicated. More complicated than dying and coming back with an alien girlfriend. Firaxa punched his shoulder. I said give it a week. That wasn't a no. All Might laughed, a genuine, surprised laugh that seemed to take years off his haggard face. I think you two are going to do just fine. Izuku's mother fainted 3 times. The first time was when he walked in the door with a 7-foot fire woman. The second time was when that fire woman casually mentioned she was now part of their family. The third time was when Firaxa tried to help in the kitchen and accidentally melted the stove. I'm so sorry, Firaxa kept saying, hovering awkwardly while Izuku fanned his unconscious mother with a magazine. I didn't know human cooking surfaces were so fragile. On Pyros, everything is made of volcanic rock. It's fine, it's fine. Izuku gave up on the fanning and just propped his mother up with some pillows. She'll come around. She's just processing. I'm not good at gentle, Firaxa admitted. My whole species is kind of intense. We feel things big. Love big, hate big, burn big. Is that going to be a problem for living here? We'll figure it out. Inko's eyes fluttered open. She stared at the ceiling for a moment, then slowly turned her head to look at Firaxa. The Pyronite woman was sitting in the corner, legs pulled up to her chest, looking about as small as a 7-foot being of living magma could look. She was clearly trying not to touch anything else. You. Inko's voice was faint. You're the one who saved that boy. The one on the news. Yes, ma'am. I'm Firaxa. And you, with my son now. Living here. If that's okay. I don't want to impose. I can find somewhere else if. Inko sat up. Her eyes were red. Tears were streaming down her face. But she was smiling. Thank you. Firaxa blinked. What? For saving that boy. For being there when my son needed help. For coming out of whatever impossible place you came from. Inko wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Thank you for protecting him. I didn't. Firaxa looked at Izuku helplessly. That's just how she is, Izuku said softly. She worries about me. A lot. She's been worrying since I was 4 years old and they told us I'd never have a quirk. She's been worrying every time I came home with bruises, every time I talked about wanting to be a hero, every time I ran toward danger instead of away from it. He moved to sit next to his mother, taking her hand. Now she doesn't have to worry alone. Inko started crying harder. Izuku, I don't understand any of this. I don't understand what's happening or what that thing on your wrist is or why there's a woman made of fire in our apartment. But you look different. You look sure. You look like you finally believe in yourself. I do. Then I believe in you too. She turned to Firaxa, still crying, still smiling. And you. You're welcome here. As long as you need. Firaxa's flames brightened. Her obsidian skin crackled with fresh veins of gold. She moved forward, slowly, carefully, and knelt in front of Inko. I'll protect him. I'll protect both of you. That's a promise. Oh, you sweet thing. Inko reached out and patted Firaxa's cheek, then immediately yanked her hand back. Hot. Hot hot hot, Mom. I'm fine, it's just a little. Izuku, get the first aid kit. Firaxa looked mortified. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I can usually control my surface temperature, but I was emotional and, it's okay, dear, really, I've had worse burns making curry. Izuku grabbed the first aid kit and started treating his mother's reddened palm while Firaxa apologized profusely and Inko kept insisting she was fine. It was chaos. It was weird. It was his mother accepting an alien fire woman into their home after knowing her for 5 minutes because that's just who Izuku Midoriya was. Izuku loved her so much. That night, Izuku lay awake on his bedroom floor. He'd given his bed to Firaxa, who was currently sprawled across it in a way that suggested she'd never slept on anything soft before. Her flames had dimmed to a low ember while she rested, casting dancing shadows on the walls. The Chaquetrix hummed on his wrist. He could feel it there, a constant presence, a connection to something vast and incomprehensible. Millions of species in its database. Millions of potential people, waiting to be born from his need. He didn't know how to feel about that. In his first life, he'd been given one for all. A power passed down through generations, carrying the hopes and dreams of 8 people before him. He'd struggled with it, broken himself over and over, but eventually made it his own. He'd become a hero. And then he died. Now he had something different. Something that didn't break his body but challenged his soul. Every being the Chaquetrix created was his responsibility. They existed because of him. Their happiness, their safety, their futures, all of it traced back to that moment of need that called them into being. You're thinking too loud. Izuku turned his head. Firaxa was watching him, one white fire eye cracked open. Sorry. Did I wake you? You don't have to apologize for everything. She rolled onto her side, propping her head on her hand. But yeah, you did. Your brain makes noise when you worry. My brain makes noise. It's hard to explain. Pyranites are partially energy beings. We sense things differently. And you. She gestured vaguely at him. You radiate. Whatever you're feeling, it's loud. Right now, you're scared and guilty and determined and confused and about 6 other things I don't have words for. That sounds about right. Firaxa sat up, swinging her legs over the side of the bed. Her flames brightened slightly. Talk to me. What's eating you? Izuku looked at the ceiling. I don't know if I deserve this. Any of it. The Chaquetrix, you, this second chance. In my first life, he caught himself. I mean, you already mentioned being from the future or whatever. I figured it out. I didn't mention that. You think differently than a 15-year-old should. Your eyes are older than your face. And sometimes you look at things like you're remembering them instead of seeing them. She shrugged. I'm not dumb. Izuku let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. Fine. Yeah. I'm from another version of now. A future that doesn't exist anymore. I died, and I woke up here, with this. He raised the Chaquetrix. I don't know why. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I just know that I can't waste this chance. So don't. It's not that simple. You exist because of me. If I screw up, if I fail, then we'll fail together. Firaxa slid off the bed and dropped to sit beside him on the floor. Her heat washed over him, not unpleasant. You're not responsible for my existence. Yeah, technically, you created me. But I'm here now, making my own choices. First choice I made was to follow you. That's on me, not you. But if I hadn't needed someone, then I wouldn't exist. So what? She bumped her shoulder against his. I exist now. I'm glad I exist. You gave me that. Why is that something to feel guilty about? Because I didn't ask you. I didn't give you a choice. Life doesn't work that way. Nobody gets a choice about being born. They just get choices about what to do after. She grinned, flames flickering through her hair. I'm choosing to be here. I'm choosing you. Stop feeling guilty about giving me something to choose. Izuku stared at her for a long moment. She was right. He knew she was right. But the guilt didn't just disappear because someone told him to drop it. It sat in his chest, heavy and familiar, the same guilt he'd carried in his first life every time he couldn't save someone, every time he let people down. I'll try, he said finally. That's all I'm asking. She stood and offered him a hand. Now come on. Your mom's awake and making breakfast. She's already planning what food she can cook that I won't accidentally destroy, and honestly, it's adorable. Izuku let her pull him to his feet. Her grip was solid, grounding, warm in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. Thanks, Firaxa. FIA. My friends call me FIA. Are we friends? She laughed, a crackling, sparking sound that lit up the room. Kid, we're gonna be so much more than friends. But yeah, for now, friends works. The next 2 months were a blur. Training with All Might was brutal. Not physically, the man was barely able to maintain his muscle form for a few hours a day, but mentally. He drilled Izuku on hero law, protocol, media relations, combat strategy. He brought in underground contacts to teach Izuku about the darker side of hero work, the politics, the corruption, the compromises that came with operating in a system that valued image over substance. Izuku absorbed it all. He'd lived through it once already, but from the perspective of a student, then a sidekick, then a hero desperately trying to hold the line. Now he was seeing the architecture behind the facade, understanding why things worked the way they did, and planning how to change them. Firaxa trained too, in her own way. She'd never had to think about controlling her power before. On Pyros, everything was fire, so restraint was irrelevant. On Earth, she could accidentally level a city block if she sneezed wrong. So she practiced. Temperature control, flame shaping, learning to dim herself enough that she could walk in public without setting things on fire. She hated it. She wanted to burn. But she did it anyway, because Izuku asked, and because she understood the stakes. All Might watched them work together and saw something he hadn't seen in a long time: potential. Real potential. Not the inherited power of one for all, passed down through generations, but something new. Something that could change the shape of heroism itself. He made a decision. You want me to what? Izuku stared at All Might across the beach they'd been using for training. Dagoba Municipal Beach, a former dumping ground, now cleared of trash through months of work that Izuku had done in his first timeline but didn't need to repeat now. In this timeline, the beach had been cleaned by city workers. Izuku had other priorities. I want you to consider an alternative, All Might said. One for all. Firaxa tensed beside Izuku. She'd heard stories about one for all over the past 2 months. All Might had been surprisingly open about his legacy, perhaps because he sensed that Izuku already knew more than he should. You want to give him your quirk? She asked, flames flickering. On top of everything else? It's not quite that simple. All Might rubbed the back of his neck, looking uncomfortable. One for all is a stockpiling quirk. It accumulates power over generations, growing stronger with each user. I was intending to pass it to a worthy successor, someone who could carry on the legacy of heroism it represents. And you want that someone to be me, Izuku said slowly. I considered it. After that first day, after seeing your courage and your character, yes, I considered it. All Might's expression grew serious. But then I watched you work these past months. I watched how you operate. The Chaquetrix gives you something one for all never could: versatility, allies, beings who can cover weaknesses and amplify strengths. Adding one for all to that would be overkill, Izuku finished. Would be destabilizing, All Might corrected. One for all is powerful, but it's also a burden. The previous users left vestiges of themselves within the power. It takes over your body, your mind. It demands everything. He looked at Firaxa. You already have someone who demands part of you. You'll likely have more, given how the Chaquetrix works. Adding one for all to that equation could tear you apart. So you're not offering it to me. I'm telling you why I'm not. All Might stepped closer. You don't need my power, Midoriya. You have your own. Something unprecedented, something that could reshape what heroism means. Don't let that get overshadowed by chasing the shadow of what I used to be. Izuku nodded slowly. In his first life, receiving one for all had been the defining moment of his existence. Everything he'd become traced back to that beach, that offer, that inheritance. But this wasn't his first life. He wasn't the same person. And All Might was right, he didn't need one for all. He had the Chaquetrix. He had Fire Axe. He had a second chance to do things differently. Thank you, he said. For telling me. For trusting me with the truth. Thank you for understanding. All Might smiled, a genuine smile, one that reached his sunken eyes. Now. The entrance exam is in 2 weeks. Are you ready? Izuku looked at Fire Axe. She grinned at him, flames dancing. We're ready. The night before the entrance exam, the Chaquetrix activated again. Izuku was at his desk, going over maps of the UA testing grounds that All Might had provided. Fire Axe was sprawled on his bed, radiating contentment as she dozed. Everything was peaceful. Then the device on his wrist flared green, and light poured from its face. Fire Axe shot upright, flames roaring. Izuku. I'm fine, I think it's happening again. The light coalesced beside him, taking shape, solidifying into something new. When it faded, a woman stood there. She was nearly 6 feet tall, humanoid but clearly not human. Her skin was living crystal, translucent in some places, opaque in others, refracting the ambient light into rainbows that scattered across the walls. Her hair was a cascade of gemstone shards, clinking softly when she moved. Her eyes were faceted diamonds, cold and calculating, taking in every detail of the room in a single sweep. She looked at Izuku. Then at Fire Axe. Then back at Izuku. You were thinking about defense, she said. Her voice was cool, melodic, like wind chimes made of crystal. About protecting others. About how to cover weaknesses in combat strategy. Yes. I am protection. She turned to Fire Axe, who was still half-crouched on the bed, ready to fight. And you're wondering if I'm a threat to your claim on him. Fire Axe's flames flickered. Maybe. I'm not. But I'm not leaving either. The crystal woman extended a hand toward Izuku. My name is Crystra. I'm a Petrosapian, from a planet called Petropia. I exist because you needed someone who could think strategically, protect allies, and provide stability amid chaos. A small smile crossed her faceted face. Also because your analytical mind is fascinating, and the Chaquetrix responded to that resonance. Izuku shook her hand. It was smooth, cool, and harder than any substance he'd ever touched. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm, apparently your creator. Origin point, Crystra corrected. I exist because of you, not for you. There's a difference. That's what Fia said. Then she's intelligent as well as powerful. Crystra turned to Fire Axe and inclined her head. No conflict necessary between us. The Chaquetrix bonds are designed to be compatible. We both want the same thing. And what's that? Fire Axe asked, suspicion still coloring her voice. To protect him. To fight beside him. To build something worth having. Cristra's diamond eyes glittered. I'm not interested in competing for scraps of attention. I'm interested in being part of a whole greater than its parts. Fire Axe stared at her for a long moment. Then, slowly, her flames settled. She slid off the bed and approached, extending a hand. Okay. But if you hurt him, if I hurt him, you may attempt to melt me. It won't work, my crystalline structure is heat-resistant up to stellar core temperatures, but I appreciate the sentiment. Fire Axe blinked. Then she laughed. I like her. Izuku looked between them, fire and crystal, offense and defense, passion and calculation, and felt something shift in his chest. 2 people, now. Two beings who existed because of him, who chose to stand beside him, who saw value in him when he'd spent his first life struggling to see any value in himself. The door to his room cracked open. Inko peeked in, her eyes wide. Izuku? I heard voices, and, oh. She stared at Christopher. Another one? Mom, this is Christopher. She's a Petrosapian. She's also, apparently, living here now. Inko looked at Christopher. Christopher looked at Inko. Both of them were silent for a moment. Then Inko sighed. I'll make up the spare futon. Christopher, dear, do you need special bedding? Are you temperature sensitive? I am comfortable in most conditions, Mrs. Midoriya. Thank you for asking. Call me Inko. Any friend of my son's is family. Inko bustled off to find bedding, muttering about expanding grocery lists. Firaxa watched her go with an expression of wonder. Your mom is something else. Yeah, Izuku said softly. She really is. The morning of the entrance exam was chaos. Izuku had planned to arrive early, scope out the competition, and get a feel for the testing grounds. Instead, he arrived with two alien women flanking him, one on fire, one made of crystal, and every single person within eyeshot stopped to stare. They're looking at us, Christopher observed. Yeah, no kidding. Firaxa wasn't bothering to dim her flames. In fact, she seemed to be burning brighter, enjoying the attention. Should we give them a show? Please don't. They made their way toward the main building, ignoring the whispers that followed them. Some students looked impressed. Some looked intimidated. Some looked outright hostile, like the presence of Izuku's companions was a personal insult. One of them stepped directly into their path. Deku. Bakugo Katsuki stood before them, hands shoved in his pockets, his red eyes blazing with an intensity that matched Firaxa's flames. He'd grown in the 2 months since the sludge villain incident, bulkier, more controlled, but the anger was still there. If anything, it was worse. Bakugo. You show up here with your alien freaks, thinking that changes anything? Bakugo's palms crackled with small explosions. You're still the same worthless Deku you've always been. Whatever that watch does, it doesn't make you a hero. It makes you a cheater. Firaxa stepped forward, flames roaring higher. Say that again. I dare you. FIA, don't, shut up, Deku, your pet is trying to intimidate me. Bakugo didn't back down an inch, even as the heat from Firaxa's flames made his exposed skin redden. I'm not scared of some freaky fire monster. I'll destroy her and you and anyone else who gets in my way. Monster. Firaxa's voice dropped to something dangerous. You're the one who spent years torturing the kindest person I've ever met. You told him to kill himself. You burned his notebooks. You made his life hell because you couldn't stand the idea of someone without a quirk having dreams. Her flames turned blue at the edges. And you're calling me a monster? Bakugo's expression flickered. For just a moment, something other than rage crossed his face. Then his jaw tightened. Whatever. Stay out of my way today, Deku. Both of you stay out of my way. I'm going to be number one, and nobody, not you, not your freaks, not anyone, is going to stop me. He shoved past them and stalked toward the building. Christopher watched him go with analytical eyes. Interesting. His aggression is a defense mechanism. He perceives your existence as a threat to his identity. He's always been like that, Izuku said quietly. That doesn't make it acceptable. Firaxa's flames slowly returned to orange. If he tries that crap again, let him. Let him try whatever he wants. Izuku started walking toward the building. Today isn't about him. It's about showing everyone what we can do. The auditorium was packed with hundreds of prospective students. Present Mick's voice boomed from the stage, explaining the rules of the practical exam. Foe villains worth 1, 2, and 3 points, scattered across Mock City environments. 10 minutes to score as many points as possible. Plus there's one more enemy, Present Mike continued. A gimmick. An obstacle worth 0 points. Just ignore it if you see it. Izuku already knew about the 0-pointer. He knew it was a test of character, not combat. Saving others from the giant robot was how heroes proved their worth. In his first life, he'd broken both his legs destroying it to save Uraraka. This time would be different. Any questions? Present Mike shouted. A hand shot up near the front. A tall boy with glasses stood ramrod straight. Sir. The handout clearly lists 4 types of villains, not 3. If this is a misprint, UA should be ashamed. Additionally, he turned and pointed directly at Izuku. You there. You've been muttering throughout the orientation. And your companions are disrupting the other students. If you can't take this seriously, leave. Every eye in the auditorium turned to Izuku. He felt his face heat up. Firaxa started to stand, flames flickering dangerously, but Christra put a hand on her arm. Let him handle it. Izuku stood. The auditorium went dead silent. Sorry about the muttering. It's a habit. He looked at the glasses boy, Ida, he remembered. Class representative in his first life. Good guy, if a bit intense. As for my companions, they're here to take the exam with me. That was cleared with the administration. If you have a problem with it, take it up with Principal Nizu. Ida's mouth opened and closed. He hadn't expected pushback. Present Mike jumped in. That's right, little listeners. Special permission was granted for this examinee's, unique circumstances. Now, any other questions? No. Then let's get this party started. Go go go. The testing ground was a mock city, massive, elaborate, filled with robotic villains and hiding spots. Students scattered in every direction as the exam began, racing to accumulate points before their rivals could beat them to it. Izuku didn't race. He walked to the center of a nearby intersection and stopped, Firaxa and Christra at his sides. FIA, clear the northern quadrant. Prioritize 3-pointers but don't ignore easy targets. Christra, take the south. Same priorities. I'll handle coordination and pick up anything you miss. What about the other students? Christra asked. Protect them if you see them in trouble. Don't steal their points unless they're about to get hurt. Firaxa grinned. You know, most summoners would just send us out to wreck everything. I'm not most summoners. Izuku tapped the Chaquetrix. Now go. We have 10 minutes. They went. Firaxa blurred north, flames trailing behind her like a comet tail. The first 3-pointer she encountered didn't even register her approach before she melted through its torso. The second one tried to fire a projectile, she caught it out of the air and threw it back, impaling the robot's central processor. The third, fourth, and fifth went down in a cascade of fire and destruction that left the street glowing with residual heat. Christra moved south, slower but equally devastating. She didn't burn through robots, she grew crystal structures around their joints, locking them in place, then manifested razor-sharp shards that sliced through critical components. Precise. Efficient. Every movement calculated for maximum effect. Izuku watched through mental connection, a side effect of the Chaquetrix bond he was still learning to use. He could feel where his companions were, sense what they sensed, guide them to targets they might otherwise miss. He called out adjustments, FIA, 2-pointer behind the grocery store. Christra, student in danger on 5th Street, assist then return to farming. They responded instantly. The connection was seamless, organic, like they'd been working together for years instead of weeks. Points accumulated. 30. 50. 80. Other students watched in varying states of awe and despair. A few tried to compete directly, targeting the same robots as Firaxa or Crystera, but they couldn't keep up. The alien women were simply too fast, too powerful, too coordinated. Izuku felt a twinge of guilt. This wasn't a fair competition. He was operating at a level the exam wasn't designed to test. But then he remembered All Might's words: the exam was about proving worth, not achieving arbitrary point totals. Heroism wasn't about fighting fair. It was about winning the fights that mattered. At the 6-minute mark, the zero-pointer emerged. The ground shook. Buildings trembled. A shadow fell across the mock city as a robot the size of a skyscraper rolled into view, crushing everything in its path. Students scattered, screaming, abandoning points in favor of survival. Izuku felt the panic ripple through the testing ground. He felt one specific spike of fear, sharp, intense, personal, coming from a girl with brown hair who was pinned under rubble in the robot's path. Uraraka. He hadn't seen her until now, but of course she was here. Of course she was in danger. FIA, Crystera, converge on the zero-pointer. Don't destroy it, just stop it. Stop it? Firaxa's voice echoed through their bond. I could stop it permanently. The exam isn't about destroying it. It's about saving the girl trapped in front of it. Get her out, then contain the robot. No casualties, no collateral. They moved. Crystera reached Uraraka first, growing a crystal barrier around her that deflected falling debris while she worked to free the girl's leg from the rubble. Firaxa arrived seconds later, planting herself between the zero-pointer and her teammate. The robot's massive arm swung down. Firaxa caught it. The impact sent shockwaves through the street. The asphalt cracked. Windows shattered. Firaxa's feet carved furrows into the ground as she was pushed back, but she held. Flames erupted from her body in a controlled burst, melting through the robot's joints, severing its arm at the shoulder. It lurched, off balance. Crystera finished freeing Uraraka and pulled her to safety as the robot toppled sideways, crashing into an empty building instead of the populated street. Izuku reached them just as the dust settled. Uraraka was staring at Firaxa and Crystera with wide eyes, her mouth hanging open. You saved me, she breathed. That's what heroes do. Izuku extended a hand, helping her to her feet. Are you okay? Yeah, I think so. My ankle's messed up, but, she looked at him, at the Chaquetrix on his wrist, at the two alien women standing behind him. Who are you? Izuku Midoriya. I'm going to be a hero. The exam's timer buzzed. End of the practical. Uraraka smiled, bright and real and full of wonder. Yeah, I think you are. The results came a week later. Izuku stared at the holographic message hovering over his desk. All Might's face appeared, his muscular form, the symbol of peace, beaming with pride. Young Midoriya. The results are in. You scored, a dramatic pause. 147 villain points. The highest combat score in UA entrance exam history. That was expected. Firaxa and Crystera had demolished the testing ground. But that's not all. All Might's grin widened. Rescue points. A hidden scoring category, awarded for heroic actions beyond simple combat. Your direction of allies to protect other students, your prioritization of the trapped girl over point accumulation, and your decisive leadership under pressure earned you, another pause. 60 rescue points. For a total of 207 points. More than double the next highest scorer. The message continued, but Izuku wasn't really listening anymore. He'd made it. He was going to UA. Everything he'd died for in his first life, everything he'd lost and mourned and regretted, he had another chance. Firaxa read over his shoulder. 207. That's pretty good, right? It's the highest score ever. Sweet. She ruffled his hair, flames carefully controlled to avoid singeing. Knew you had it in you, kid. Christopher appeared in the doorway. I assume from Firax's excitement that we passed. We passed. Excellent. I've already begun researching UA's facilities. The support department has equipment I'd like to examine. The crystallography labs are rudimentary but potentially useful. She tilted her head. Also, your mother is making celebration dinner. She wants to know if I eat carbon-based food. Do you? I can. It's converted to mineral compounds through my internal structure. Inefficient, but not harmful. Christopher paused. She also asked if Firaxa needs a fire extinguisher at the table. That was one time, it was 3 times. Whatever, Crystal Girl, at least I don't leave gem shards in the carpet. Izuku watched them bicker, these two impossible beings who existed because of him, and felt something he hadn't felt in either of his lives, certainty. He knew where he was going. He knew who he was becoming. And for the first time, he wasn't afraid of the future. He was ready for it. The first day at UA arrived faster than Izuku expected. He stood at the gates of the most prestigious hero academy in Japan, flanked by a woman made of fire and a woman made of crystal, wearing a uniform that had been modified to accommodate their presence. Other students streamed past, staring openly, whispering behind their hands. A few nodded in recognition, they'd seen the news coverage of the entrance exam. Class 1A, Izuku said, checking the notification on his phone. Rooms this way. They walked through corridors that Izuku remembered from another life. Past the trophy cases, past the training facility entrances, past the faculty offices where teachers he knew, teachers who trained him, supported him, some who died beside him in the final battles, went about their business without any recognition in their eyes. It hurt more than he expected. He pushed the feeling down. This was a new life. These were new relationships to build. He couldn't cling to what was gone. The door to Class 1A was massive, designed to accommodate students of all sizes. Izuku pushed it open and stepped inside. 20 desks, arranged in rows. Most were already occupied. Familiar faces turned toward him, Bakugo, scowling in the back row. Ida, the glasses boy from orientation, sitting ramrod straight near the front. Uraraka, who lit up with a smile when she saw him. Others he recognized from his first life, Todoroki, icy and withdrawn by the window. Kirishima, grinning broadly. Tsuyu, watching with calm curiosity. Momo, elegant and poised. The entire future of Class 1A, assembled and unaware of how important they were going to become. Oh, it's you. Uraraka bounced out of her seat. The guy from the exam. Midoriya, right? And she gestured at Firaxa and Christopher. Friends. Partners, Firaxa corrected. We're his partners. In heroism, Christopher added. Though other interpretations are not inaccurate. Christopher, please don't, you're late. The voice came from behind a desk in the corner, or rather, from inside a sleeping bag on the floor behind the desk. A man emerged, unzipping the yellow bag like a caterpillar shedding its cocoon. Wild black hair, bloodshot eyes, a scarf wrapped around his neck that Izuku knew was actually a capture weapon. Aizawa Shoyuta. Eraserhead. The man who'd been his homeroom teacher in his first life. I was told to expect extra students. Aizawa's eyes moved from Izuku to Firaxa to Christopher, evaluating. You too. You have names. Firaxa. Christopher. Fine. Sit down. All of you. He straightened, and despite his exhausted appearance, something sharp entered his gaze. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa. This is the hero course. If any of you are irrational, meaning you can't perform under pressure, can't follow instructions, or waste my time, I'll expel you on the spot. His eyes lingered on Izuku. That goes for all of you. Extra permissions don't mean extra chances. Izuku nodded and moved to an empty seat near the middle of the room. Firaxa took the seat behind him, Christopher, the one beside her. It wasn't ideal, they'd prefer to flank him, but classroom arrangements had to be maintained. Bakugo was glaring at him from across the room. Izuku ignored it. First order of business, Aizawa continued. Quirk assessment test. Change into your PE uniforms and meet me at the training grounds. You have 5 minutes. The class erupted into motion. Izuku stood, then paused as he felt a sudden warmth in his chest. A familiar feeling. The Chaquetrix was humming. Not activating. Just, ready. Waiting. Like it knew something was about to happen. Firaxa leaned close. You feel that? Yeah. Something's coming. Kristra's diamond eyes glittered. Something interesting, I hope. The Quirk assessment test was designed to measure raw ability across 8 categories: 50-meter dash, grip strength, standing long jump, repeated side steps, ball throw, distance run, sit-ups, and seated toe touch. In his first life, Izuku had struggled through it, barely avoiding expulsion through desperate use of One for All. Now, everything was different. Midoriya, Aizawa called. Ball throw. You're up. Izuku stepped into the circle, a softball in his hand. The class watched with varying degrees of curiosity. Bakugo was vibrating with barely contained fury. You're allowed to use your abilities, Aizawa said. Whatever that means in your case. Izuku considered. In his first life, he'd thrown with One for All and destroyed his arm for a 705-meter score. Now, he had other options. He looked at the Chaquetrix. It pulsed. And the answer came to him. Firaxa, he said. Maximum heat output, focused on the ball. Christra, create a crystal launching ramp, angle 45 degrees. They moved without hesitation. Firaxa touched the softball, superheating it until it glowed white. Christra grew a curved crystal structure behind Izuku, a launching platform designed to accelerate the throw. Izuku wound up, planted his feet on the crystal ramp, and threw with every ounce of strength he had. The superheated ball rocketed off the crystal platform, riding a cushion of its own thermal energy, and disappeared into the sky. The tracker in Aizawa's hand beeped. 2,347 meters, he read flatly. Then he looked at Izuku. You didn't throw that with your own strength. You used your partners as tools. I used them as partners. There's a difference. Izuku met his gaze steadily. Heroism isn't a solo act. If I have allies with abilities that complement mine, using them isn't cheating. It's strategy. Aizawa's expression didn't change. But something shifted in his eyes, a spark of interest, quickly hidden. Next. The assessment continued. For grip strength, Christra grabbed the device and squeezed until it broke. For the 50-meter dash, Firaxa simply ran, and clocked in at 0.8 seconds, leaving a trail of scorched earth behind her. For the repeated side steps, Izuku had them alternate, creating a blur of motion that the sensors couldn't accurately track. By the end, the class was staring at them with a mix of awe and concern. Even Bakugo had gone quiet, his explosions during his own tests seeming almost pitiful in comparison. Final rankings, Aizawa announced, displaying the results on his phone. Midoriya, first place. By a significant margin. Izuku felt no satisfaction. He'd essentially cheated, or at least, used advantages no one else had access to. The test wasn't designed for someone with autonomous partners. Before anyone complains, Aizawa continued, let me be clear, these rankings don't matter. The purpose of this test was to establish baselines and assess potential. Some of you relied purely on your quirks. Some of you showed creativity. Some of you, his eyes swept the class. Showed neither. He turned and started walking toward the school. Class dismissed. Tomorrow, we start actual training. Be ready for anything. The walk back to the locker rooms was quiet. Most students gave Izuku's group a wide berth, still processing what they'd witnessed. A few approached, Uraraka, cheerful as ever, gushing about how amazing their performance was. Kirishima, grinning broadly, declaring it manly as hell. Tsuyu, calm and direct, simply asking how the partnership dynamic worked. Izuku answered their questions as best he could, but his mind was elsewhere. The Chaquetrix was still humming, that ready-waiting feeling persisting. Something was going to happen. He just didn't know what. That night, in his dorm room at UA, special accommodations had been arranged for him and his companions. The answer came. He was sitting at his desk, reviewing notes on his classmates' quirks, when the Chaquetrix flared. Green light poured from the device, filling the room, and something coalesced in the air beside him. She was fast. That was the first impression, built for speed, every line of her body aerodynamic. She was reptilian, or close to it, sleek blue-black scales, a long tail with a razor edge, a face partially hidden behind a visor-like organic structure. Her legs were powerful, curved backward like a raptor's, and her whole body vibrated with barely contained energy. Finally, she said, and her voice was rapid fire, each word tumbling over the next. I've been waiting forever, or felt like forever, hard to tell when you're not existing, but now I'm here and wow, this place is small. Is this where you live? It's kind of cramped, don't you think? And who are those two? They feel familiar but also different, and why is the fire one glaring at me like that? Balasa, Izuku said, and she stopped mid-word. He didn't know how he knew her name, the same way he'd known the others, an upload of information that came with the bonding. You're a kineceleran. Speed-based species. You can move faster than sound. She blinked, her visor shifting. You know me already. That's cheating. I wanted to introduce myself dramatically. I had a whole speech prepared. Sorry. Don't be sorry, it's actually kind of nice, most summoners are clueless. She zipped around the room, examining everything at super speed, books, All Might posters, the half-eaten snack on his desk, before returning to hover in front of him. So what's the deal? What's our mission? Who are we fighting? I'm great at fighting, by the way, especially if it involves running, which everything should involve running if you think about it, because running is the best. Breathe. Don't need to, actually, kineceleran respiratory systems are, metaphorically breathe. Balasa paused. Then she laughed, a quick, staccato sound. I like you. You're calm. Most people can't keep up with me, not just physically but mentally, they get tired listening to me, but you're tracking just fine, aren't you? I'm used to processing a lot of information quickly. Izuku stood, facing her fully. Welcome to Earth. Welcome to the team. Those two are Fyraxa and Kristra, you'll meet them properly tomorrow. Right now, I need you to do something for me. Anything. Slow down. Just a little. I know it's hard, but I need to understand who you are, not just what you can do. Can you do that? Balasa's vibrating energy stilled, just slightly. She looked at him with an expression that was hard to read behind her visor. You want to know me? Not just use me. You're a person. Not a tool. Something shifted in her posture. She stopped bouncing, stopped darting her eyes around the room. She focused on him with an intensity that was startling. You mean that, she said. You actually mean that. I can tell, I'm good at reading people, comes with processing information fast, you pick up micro-expressions and body language most people miss. You're not lying. You're not manipulating. You just want to know me. Is that so strange? For a Chaquetrix wielder? Yeah. Pretty strange. She sat down on his bed, or rather, perched on it, her raptor legs folded beneath her. Okay. Slowing down. A little. What do you want to know? Izuku sat across from her, on the floor, putting them at eye level. Everything. Start wherever you want. And she did. She talked, still fast, but more controlled now, about the genetic memories she'd inherited, about Kinesillaran culture and their love of competition and speed, about how it felt to exist and then not exist and then exist again through the Chaquetrix's summoning process. She talked about fear, that she'd be a disappointment, that she wouldn't be fast enough, that she'd be discarded when something better came along. She talked about hope, that this time might be different, that this wielder might actually care. Izuku listened. When she finished, he said, "You won't be discarded. Ever. I don't do that." Velosa's visor retracted slightly, revealing eyes that were vibrant gold, pupils slitted like a cat's. They were wet. "You really mean it?" "I really mean it." She lunged forward and hugged him, a blur of motion that ended with her arms around his neck and her tail wrapped around his waist. She was warm, vibrating with contained energy, and she was laughing even as tears streaked down her scales. "I'm going to drive you crazy," she warned him. "I talk too much and move too fast and I don't know how to be still." "That's okay. We'll figure it out together." The door opened, and Firaxa stuck her head in. "Izuku, I heard voices," and she stopped. Her flames flickered. "New one. Velosa. Kinesillaran. Speed specialist. Oh, this is going to be fun." Firaxa grinned, stepping fully into the room. Behind her, Kristera appeared, her expression curious as always. "Welcome to the family, speed freak." "Thanks, fire girl." Velosa finally released Izuku, wiping her eyes. "So what do we do now?" "Now." Izuku looked at the three of them, fire and crystal and speed, surrounding him like a constellation of impossible beings. "Now we rest. Tomorrow, real training starts. And after that." He thought about what was coming. The USJ. The League of Villains. All for one, moving in the shadows. After that, things are going to get complicated. "Good," Firaxa said. "Complicated is more fun." "Complicated requires preparation," Kristera countered. "Complicated means running," Velosa added. Izuku smiled. He had a team. He had partners. He had people who believed in him and chose him and would stand beside him no matter what came. He was ready for whatever UA, and the world, threw at him. The first week at UA was a blur. Hero classes, practical training, lectures on quirk law and ethics. Izuku absorbed it all, his analytical mind cataloging information, his partners training alongside him. Firaxa learned to modulate her flames for rescue scenarios. Kristera developed new crystal configurations for support and defense. Velosa ran laps around the training ground until she could control her speed with micrometer precision. The other students adjusted to their presence, some faster than others. Uraraka became a regular presence at their lunch table, fascinated by the alien women and full of questions about their abilities. Ida, after his initial hostility, apologized formally and began treating them with the same rigid respect he showed all his classmates. Kirishima declared Firaxa the manliest person he'd ever met, and took it as a personal challenge to match her intensity. Bakugo, predictably, didn't adjust. He glared, he snarled, he challenged Izuku to fights that Aizawa refused to authorize. But beneath the anger, Izuku could see something else: confusion. Bakugo's entire worldview was built on being the best, the strongest, the one who would inevitably rise to the top. Izuku's existence, quirkless Deku with his alien army, shattered that worldview in ways Bakugo couldn't process. Izuku didn't push. He'd spent one lifetime tangled up in Bakugo's issues. This time, he'd let Bakugo figure himself out, or not. Either way, it wasn't Izuku's responsibility anymore. What was his responsibility was getting stronger. The USJ attack was coming. He'd changed the timeline, but some event seemed fixed, destined to occur regardless of intervention. The League of Villains would attack. The Nomu would appear. And this time, Izuku would be ready. The end of the first week brought an unexpected visitor. Izuku was in his dorm room, going over strategy notes with Kristera, when a knock came at the door. Firaxa answered it, and immediately flared brighter, her body tensing. "Who the hell are you?" Izuku looked up. A woman stood in the doorway, tall, professional, with sharp features and sharper eyes. She wore a government suit and carried herself with the controlled poise of someone used to power. "Director Seigo," she said calmly, not flinching from Firaxa's heat. "Hero Public Safety Commission. I'm here to speak with Izuku Midoriya about the matter of his companions." Izuku stood. He'd known this was coming. The HPSC would never let something like the Chaquetrix exist without trying to control it. But he hadn't expected them to move this fast. "What do you want? May I come in? This conversation is better had in private." Izuku nodded to Firaxa, who stepped aside, reluctantly, flames still high. Director Seigo entered, surveying the room with a practiced eye. Kristera rose from her seat, positioning herself between the director and Izuku. "Please, there's no need for hostility." Seigo's smile was perfectly calibrated. "I'm not here to threaten anyone. I'm here to discuss opportunities." "What kind of opportunities?" "Your companions are extraordinarily powerful. The HPSC has been monitoring your entrance exam, your performance in class, the unique nature of your abilities." Seigo folded her hands in front of her. "We believe there's potential for a partnership. Formal registration of your companions as support assets, integration into approved hero activities, resources and funding to develop your capabilities further. And in exchange, oversight, accountability. The assurance that beings of this power are operating within sanctioned parameters." Seigo's smile didn't waver. "You understand, I hope. There are concerns. These entities appeared from nowhere, have no legal status, and possess abilities that rival top-tier pro-heroes. The public needs assurance that they're not a threat. They're not threats. They're people. People who answer to you. Who obey your commands. Who exist because you willed them into being." Seigo tilted her head. "That's a significant amount of power for one teenager to wield without oversight." Izuku felt Firaxa's temperature spike behind him. Kristera's crystal skin had started forming defensive spikes along her shoulders. Even Velasa, who'd been napping in the corner, was vibrating with tension. "Let me be clear," Izuku said, keeping his voice steady. "My partners are autonomous beings with their own rights. They choose to work with me, they're not controlled by me. I'm not going to register them like weapons or subject them to oversight that treats them as property. I'm not suggesting, you are." Izuku stepped forward. "You're suggesting that because they're powerful and unfamiliar, they should be monitored, catalogued, and controlled. That's what the HPSC does, takes things it can't understand and puts them in boxes where they can be managed." He met Seigo's eyes without flinching. "My partners aren't going in boxes." The temperature in the room had become actively uncomfortable. Seigo's smile finally faltered. "This is a significant mistake, Midoriya. The Commission has resources you can't imagine, and consequences for those who refuse to cooperate. Then bring them. Whatever consequences you have, we'll face them together." Izuku gestured toward the door. "Now please leave. This conversation is over." Seigo looked at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. "Very well. But this isn't finished. The Commission protects the public good, whether individuals appreciate it or not." She turned and walked toward the door, pausing at the threshold. "You've made some powerful enemies today, Midoriya. I hope your companions are as loyal as you believe." She left. The door closed behind her. Firaxa let out a breath, flames dimming. Well. That was ominous. She's not wrong, Christopher said, her spikes receding. The HPSC has significant influence. They could make things difficult for us. Let them try. Velasa zipped to Izuku's side, her whole body vibrating. I've never run from a fight in my life, technically, since I just started existing. That's not a long track record, but still. Izuku sat down heavily on his bed. His hands were shaking, adrenaline, stress, the weight of what he'd just done settling onto his shoulders. He'd made an enemy of the Hero Public Safety Commission. In his first life, that organization had controlled hawks, had orchestrated covert operations, had pulled strings across the entire hero industry. And he'd just told their representative to go to hell. A warm hand settled on his shoulder. Firaxa, sitting beside him, her flames dimmed to a gentle glow. You did the right thing, she said quietly. Standing up for us. Not everyone would. Most wouldn't, Christopher agreed. The practical choice would have been to compromise. Accept some oversight in exchange for protection. You chose to fight instead. Was it the right choice? That depends on whether you're willing to live with the consequences. Christopher's diamond eyes gleamed. But we'll live with them together. That's what this is, a partnership. All of us, facing whatever comes. Velasa nodded rapidly. What she said. But faster. And with more running. Izuku laughed, a small sound, surprising even himself. Thanks. All of you. Firaxa bumped her shoulder against his. That's what we're here for, partner. The second week began with an announcement that made Izuku's blood run cold. Rescue training, Aizawa said, standing at the front of the classroom. Off-site facility. The USJ, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. You'll be practicing disaster response under controlled conditions. The USJ. The attack. It was happening. Izuku knew he should warn someone. Tell Aizawa, alert the authorities, prevent the tragedy before it occurred. But time travel paradoxes aside, how would he explain his knowledge? I'm from the future, wasn't exactly a credible claim. And if the timeline was fixed, if the attack was going to happen regardless, then warning people might just change how it happened, not whether it happened. No. The better strategy was to be ready. To position his team where they could make the biggest difference. To protect his classmates when the villains came. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice cut through his thoughts. You're muttering. Sorry, sir. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Whatever you're worried about, save it for the training. The USJ is designed to be challenging. I expect all of you, especially you and your companions, to take it seriously. Yes, sir. He knew, Izuku realized. On some level, Aizawa knew something was wrong with his student. But he didn't push. That was Aizawa, he observed, he assessed, and he waited for the right moment to act. Izuku would follow that example. The bus ride to the USJ was tense, for Izuku, at least. His classmates chatted excitedly, comparing quirks and speculating about the training exercises. Firaxa, Christopher, and Velasa sat near him, sensing his mood, keeping quiet. You know something, Firaxa murmured, pitched low enough that only he could hear. Yeah. Bad? Very. What do we do? When it happens, stick close to me. Protect the class. And be ready for anything. Firaxa's eyes narrowed, but she nodded. She passed the message to Christopher and Velasa through their own bond. They couldn't communicate with Izuku directly the way they could with each other, but they developed their own signals. Within seconds, all three alien women had shifted into readiness, relaxed on the outside, coiled tight within. The USJ came into view. A massive dome housing multiple disaster zones, floods, fires, landslides, storms. State-of-the-art simulation technology designed to train heroes for every possible scenario. And in less than an hour, it would become a war zone. They entered through the main doors, met by the pro-hero 13, the space-themed rescue specialist. She launched into an explanation of the facility's capabilities, the importance of using quirks for protection rather than destruction, the responsibility that came with power. Izuku heard none of it. His eyes were on the central plaza, waiting. The lights flickered. The fountain in the center of the plaza went dark. And a portal opened in the air. They poured out like water from a broken dam, villains, dozens of them, flooding into the USJ from the purple-black gate. At the center of the portal stood a man with hands covering his body, Tamura Shigaraki, though Izuku didn't know his name yet. Beside him, a hulking figure with an exposed brain, the Nomu. "Is this the schedule?" Shigaraki's voice carried across the dome. "Where's All Might? I went through all this trouble. Everyone stay back." Aizawa's scarf was already unfurling, his eyes blazing red. 13, protect the students. I'll hold them here. But Aizawa-sensei, do as I say. Aizawa launched himself at the villains, his combat style fluid and devastating. He moved through them like a force of nature, canceling quirks with his gaze, binding them with his capture weapon, dropping 5, 10, 15 enemies in seconds. But there were too many. And the Nomu was watching, waiting, its empty eyes tracking Aizawa's movements. "Izuku," Kristera's voice was sharp. "Orders." He didn't hesitate. 13 can't protect everyone and fight. We split up, FIA with me to the central zone, Kristera and Velasa run perimeter, intercept any villains trying to circle around. Priority is protecting our classmates. Go. They went. Kristera and Velasa blurred in opposite directions, Velasa's speed carrying her around the dome's edge in seconds. Izuku and Firaxa charged toward the central plaza, where Aizawa was holding the line. "Deku, wait." Uraraka's voice called from behind, but he didn't slow down. The villains saw them coming. A group of 5 peeled off from the main force to intercept, a fire type, an ice type, someone with blades for hands, 2 others with less obvious quirks. They moved to surround Izuku and Firaxa, cutting off retreat. Firaxa grinned. Finally. She erupted. Flames poured from her body in a controlled torrent, sweeping across the villains like a wave. The fire type tried to counter, his flames splashed against hers like water against a tsunami. She was hotter, stronger, more. He went down screaming. The ice type lasted 3 seconds longer before his ice sublimated and his frostbite-covered body hit the ground. The blade-handed villain lunged at Izuku, who ducked, rolled, and came up inside the villain's guard. He'd been trained by All Might, not in One for All, but in combat basics. His fist connected with the villain's solar plexus, driving the air out of him. Firaxa finished the job with a superheated palm strike that sent the villain tumbling unconscious. The remaining 2 fled. They didn't get far, a blur of blue-black scales intercepted them, and Velasa left them in crumpled heaps against a wall. "Perimeter secure on my side," her voice crackled through their bond. "Kristera's got the other half." "Good. Keep it that way." Izuku turned his attention to the central plaza. Aizawa was still fighting, but he was slowing down, his dry eye affecting his quirk cancellation. The Nomu was moving, circling, waiting for an opening. "FIA, can you take the Nomu?" "I can try." "Don't try. Do. Buy me time to get the others evacuated." Firaxa's flames blazed brighter. "Got it." She charged. The fight between Firaxa and the Nomu was brutal. She hit it with everything she had, superheated blasts, magma temperature grips, flames hot enough to melt steel. The Nomu took it all and kept coming. Its regeneration was absurd, its strength even more so. It caught Firaxa's arm and threw her, she melted free, reformed, and came at it again. But she was buying time. That's what mattered. Izuku organized the evacuation. 13 was injured, Kurogyri, the warp villain, had turned their own quirk against them. Ida had escaped to get help, running full speed toward UA. The remaining students were scattered, fighting pockets of villains or hiding in the disaster zones. Uraraka, Azui, go left. There's a service tunnel that leads outside. Izuku's voice cut through the chaos. Todoroki, you're the strongest offensive quirk we have, help Firaxa hold that thing. Everyone else, move toward the exit. Todoroki hesitated. His icy exterior cracked for just a moment, confusion, maybe something else. Then he moved, ice cascading across the floor as he joined Firaxa against the Nomu. Fire and ice against the bioengineered monstrosity. It wasn't enough to take it down, but it was enough to keep it occupied. Shigaraki watched from a distance, scratching his neck. This is wrong. This wasn't supposed to happen. Who are these people? Where did the fire woman come from? It seems, Kurogiri said beside him, that our intelligence was incomplete. Incomplete. Yes. Incomplete. Shigaraki's scratching intensified, drawing blood. I hate incomplete. I hate surprises. I hate, his eyes locked onto Izuku, who was directing the evacuation. Him. He's the one giving orders. Without him, they'd be scattered. Then perhaps we should remove him from the equation. Shigaraki smiled. Yes. Let's do that. Izuku felt the portal open behind him before he saw it. He dove sideways, rolling out of Kurogiri's grasping mist by inches. Shigaraki emerged from a second portal, hands outstretched, fingers reaching for Izuku's face. Gotcha. Kristera was there. She interposed herself between Shigaraki and Izuku, her crystal body catching his grasping hand. His quirk activated, decay spreading across her surface, dissolving the crystal. She didn't flinch. She grew more. New crystal formed as fast as Shigaraki destroyed it, a constant replenishment that left him struggling to make progress. His decay was potent, but Kristera's regeneration was equally formidable. You can't destroy me, she said calmly. My molecular structure regenerates from my core. You'd have to disintegrate all of me at once. Shigaraki's eyes widened, with fury, with frustration, with something that might have been respect. Then I'll just have to try harder. Kristera, disengage. Izuku grabbed a piece of rubble and hurled it at Shigaraki's face. It hit his shoulder, distracting him for a crucial second. Kristera pulled back, reforming her damaged arm. We need to regroup. The big one, Kristera said. Firaxa and Todoroki can't hold it much longer. She was right. The Nomu had adapted to fire and ice, shrugging off both. It caught Todoroki with a backhand that sent him flying into a building. Firaxa tried to press the attack, but the Nomu grabbed her by the throat and slammed her into the ground. FIA. Izuku ran toward her, but Shigaraki moved to intercept. Kurogiri's mist spread around them, cutting off retreat. They were surrounded, outgunned, outmatched. And then the ceiling exploded. All Might descended like a meteor. He hit the Nomu with a punch that sent shockwaves through the entire dome. The floor cratered. The air screamed. And for the first time, the Nomu actually staggered. I am here. The symbol of peace, in all his glory, facing down the villains who'd come to kill him. Izuku felt something in his chest loosen, relief, hope, the knowledge that the cavalry had finally arrived. But he also knew what came next. All Might and the Nomu fought. Blow after blow, the dome shaking with each impact, neither giving ground. All Might was stronger, barely, but the Nomu's regeneration and shock absorption made it nearly unkillable. The fight dragged on, second after agonizing second. Izuku didn't watch passively. He gathered his team, Firaxa, battered but burning, Kristera, partially dissolved but regenerating, Velasa, vibrating with unspent energy, and positioned them around the fight's perimeter. When All Might creates an opening, he said, we hit the Nomu with everything we have. All at once. It can regenerate from fire or ice or physical damage individually, but maybe not simultaneously from all of them. Sounds like a plan, Firaxa grunted, nursing her bruised throat. I owe that thing some payback anyway. The moment came. All Might unleashed a barrage, Detroit smash. Missouri smash. Texas smash. Driving the Nomu back, disrupting its regeneration cycle. In that second of vulnerability, Izuku gave the order. Now. Firaxa hit it with stellar core flames. Crystera impaled it with dozens of razor-sharp crystal spikes. Velasa circled it at superspeed, creating vacuum pockets that destabilized its molecular structure. And All Might, seeing the opportunity, wound up for the finishing blow. United States of Smash. The punch connected. The Nomu went airborne, through the dome's ceiling, through the sky, disappearing into the distance as a rapidly shrinking speck. It was over. The aftermath was chaos. Police, paramedics, pro-heroes flooding the Can You Write the Next Chapter Now? Max response provided by Anthropic Chapter 2, Convergence. Izuku's hands were still shaking when the paramedics cleared him. Not from fear. From adrenaline withdrawal. The kind that hits you 20 minutes after a fight when your body realizes it's not dead and dumps every stress chemical it's been hoarding straight into your bloodstream. He sat on the back of an ambulance, a shock blanket draped over his shoulders that he didn't need, watching the USJ crawl with investigators and forensic teams. Firaxa sat beside him, her flames dimmed to barely visible embers. The bruises on her throat from the Nomu's grip had already faded, pyronite physiology healed fast, but she kept touching the spot, remembering. Crystera stood nearby, her left arm still regenerating from Shigaraki's decay, new crystal growing in translucent layers that slowly turned opaque. Velasa paced in tight circles, burning off nervous energy, her tail flicking back and forth. 13's in surgery, Crystera reported, reading updates on a borrowed tablet. Aizawa has a fractured orbital socket and multiple lacerations. Both are expected to recover fully. And the students? Izuku asked. Minor injuries across the board. Nothing serious. Your evacuation orders prevented the worst of it. Izuku let out a breath. Better than his first timeline. In that version, Aizawa had nearly died, 13 had been in critical condition for weeks, and the psychological damage to the class had lingered for months. This time, his intervention, his team's intervention, had changed the outcome. But Shigaraki had escaped. Kurogiri had warped them away the moment All Might finished the Nomu. And somewhere, All for One was processing what had happened, adapting his plans, accounting for the new variables that Izuku represented. Midoriya. He looked up. All Might stood before him, still in his muscle form but visibly straining to maintain it. Steam leaked from his body. His time was running out faster than anyone knew. You knew, All Might said quietly, pitched so only Izuku could hear. You knew they were coming. I suspected. You positioned your team before the attack began. You had evacuation routes planned. You gave orders like someone who'd rehearsed the scenario. All Might's blue eyes were sharp despite his fading form. That goes beyond suspicion. Izuku met his gaze. I can't explain everything. Not yet. But I promise you, I'm on your side. Everything I do is to protect people. All Might studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, and walked away. The steam was getting thicker. He had minutes at best. Firaxa leaned close. He knows something's off. Yeah. But he trusts me. Do you trust him? Izuku watched All Might's retreating back, the shoulders that carried the weight of the world, the body that was failing, the spirit that refused to break. With my life. Both of them. Firaxa didn't ask what he meant by that. She just put her hand on his knee and let her warmth seep through. Recovery Girl's office smelled like antiseptic and hard candy. Izuku sat in a chair while the elderly nurse checked his vitals, clucking her tongue at his elevated heart rate and cortisol levels. Firaxa had been banned from the room after accidentally melting a medical tray, so it was just Izuku, Christopher, and Recovery Girl. Physically, you're fine, the nurse pronounced. Mentally, you need rest. Real rest, not that thing you do where you sit at your desk and plan until 3 in the morning. How did you? Aizawa told me. He monitors his students' light activity in the dorms. She fixed him with a stern look. You're 15 years old, young man. Your brain is still developing. If you don't sleep properly, no amount of alien backup is going to save you from cognitive decline. Yes, ma'am. Christopher spoke up. I've been attempting to regulate his sleep schedule. He's resistant. I'm not resistant, I just have a lot to. He's resistant, Christopher confirmed. Recovery Girl sighed. At least someone's looking out for him. Now get out of my office and go sleep. They left. In the hallway, Christopher fell into step beside Izuku, her crystal feet clicking softly on the tile. You're planning something, she said. I'm always planning something. This is different. You've been running combat simulations in your head since the USJ. I can see it in how your eyes move, tracking non-existent threats, calculating angles that don't exist yet. She stopped walking, and Izuku stopped with her. What are you preparing for? He looked at her. Really looked. Her diamond eyes reflected him back, a tired teenager with green hair and a device on his wrist that had changed the shape of his reality. In those faceted surfaces, he looked small. The USJ was a test, he said. Shigaraki wasn't there to win. He was there to gather intelligence, to probe All Might's defenses. The real attack, the one that matters, comes later. And it'll be worse. How much worse? World-ending worse. Christopher processed that. Her expression didn't change, she wasn't built for dramatic reactions, but the crystal along her shoulders thickened, an involuntary defensive response. Then we prepare, she said. Specifically and methodically. I want threat assessments, capability analyses, and contingency plans for every scenario you can envision. Despite everything, Izuku smiled. You're speaking my language. I know. That's why we work. She started walking again. Now go sleep. We'll strategize tomorrow. He didn't sleep. At 2 in the morning, the Chaquetrix woke him. Not with light this time. With sound, a low, resonant hum that vibrated through his bones. Firaxa stirred on the bed across the room, they'd worked out sleeping arrangements. Firaxa got the bed because she ran hottest and needed the most space, Christopher preferred the floor where she could root into the building's foundation, and Velasa slept in a hammock she'd strung between 2 walls because she couldn't stay still even unconscious. Izuku? Firaxa mumbled, one eye opening. The watch is doing the thing. Yeah. I feel it. He sat up, pressing his hand over the Chaquetrix. It was warm, warmer than usual, and pulsing with a rhythm that felt almost like breathing. Something was coming. Something different from the previous manifestations. Those had been triggered by specific needs, combat power, defense, speed. This felt deeper. Heavier. The hum intensified. Izuku gasped as pressure built in his chest, not pain, exactly, but fullness. Like something was trying to expand inside him, pushing against the walls of his ribcage. Izuku. Firaxa was on her feet, flames flaring. Christopher materialized defensive structures around the room. Velasa dropped from her hammock, instantly alert. I'm okay, the pressure released. Green light flooded the room, brighter than any previous manifestation, and something massive took shape in the center. Massive was the word. She was nearly 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered, thick with muscle. Red skin, dark as rust, marked with ritual scarring across her arms and face. 4 arms, 2 upper, 2 lower, each one ending in hands large enough to palm Izuku's entire head. Her face was stern, angular, with heavy brows over golden eyes that burned with warrior intensity. Black hair was pulled back in a severe braid that hung past her waist. She looked around the room with those golden eyes, taking in Firaxa, tense, ready to fight, Crystera, calculating, Velasa, vibrating, and finally Izuku. "You," she said. Her voice was deep, resonant, like a war drum. "You're the one who called me. I didn't mean to. It just happened. That's how it works." She took a step forward, and the floor groaned under her weight. She was dense, not just big, but heavy. "I am Taraka. Tetramand. Born from your need for strength. It's nice to meet you, Taraka." She frowned. "You're smaller than I expected." Firaxa snorted. Velasa cackled. Even Crystera's lips twitched. "He's compact," Firaxa offered. "Grows on you." Taraka crossed all 4 arms. In Tetraman culture, the summoner is expected to demonstrate worth through combat. A trial of strength. "I'd lose that trial in about half a second," Izuku said honestly. "Yes. You would." Taraka studied him. "So why do I not care?" The question seemed directed at herself more than at him. She turned it over behind those golden eyes, processing something that didn't compute against her cultural programming. "Because strength isn't just physical," Crystera answered. "You know that already. Your species values it above all else, but you've always suspected there was more to it." Taraka's 4 hands clenched. "You presume to know my mind. I presume to observe. You manifested from a need for strength, yes, but not just physical strength. The strength to endure. To carry burdens. To stand firm when everything pushes against you." Crystera's diamond eyes met Taraka's gold. "That's what he provides. Not with his fists. With his will." Silence held the room. Taraka looked at Izuku again, really looked, the way Firaxa had in that first moment, seeing past the surface to whatever the Chaquetrix had shown her during her creation. "You stood in front of that creature," she said slowly. "The one with the exposed brain. I saw it, during my forming. You ran toward it, not away. You're fragile, absurdly fragile, and you ran toward it. I had to." "No. You chose to." Her expression shifted. Something cracked in the warrior's facade, not weakness, but recognition. In Tetraman culture, we have a word for one who stands between danger and those who cannot fight. We call them Rektar. It doesn't translate well. The closest your language comes is, beloved shield. Firaxa raised an eyebrow. That sounds romantic. It is. Taraka didn't flinch from the admission. Among my people, to call someone Rektar is to claim them. Permanently. So you're saying? Izuku started. I'm saying you charged a bioweapon to protect people who are stronger than you. In my culture, that's a marriage proposal. She uncrossed her arms, all 4 of them, and knelt, bringing herself closer to his eye level. Even kneeling, she was taller than him. I accept. Wait, that's not what welcome to the family, big girl, Firaxa said, grinning wide. Fair warning, he's oblivious about this stuff. You'll need to be direct. I am always direct. Then you'll fit right in. Izuku looked at Crystera for help. She shrugged. The bond is genuine. I see no reason to interfere. Crystera. Velasa zipped circles around Taraka, examining her from every angle. She's huge. Can you bench press a building? I bet you can bench press a building. Oh man, sparring with you is going to be amazing. I will crush you if you do not stop circling me. Noted. Stopping. Izuku sat on the edge of his bed, 4 alien women now filling his room beyond capacity, and pressed his hands against his face. This is my life now. Taraka's massive hand settled on top of his head. It was surprisingly gentle. Yes, she said. It is. The morning brought a new problem. Izuku walked into the common area of the dorms to find half his class already gathered, eating breakfast and swapping stories about the USJ. Conversation died the moment Taraka ducked through the doorway behind him, her head nearly brushing the ceiling. Kirishima dropped his toast. Bro, he breathed. Bro. Everyone, this is Taraka. She's a Tetramand. She appeared last night. Another one? Kaminari yelped from across the room. Dude, how many of these do you have? I don't know. They show up when they show up. Taraka surveyed the room with the dispassionate evaluation of a warrior assessing a battlefield. Her gaze lingered on Bakugo, who glared back with his usual fury, and on Todoroki, whose heterochromatic eyes widened fractionally. These are your allies? Taraka asked. My classmates. The angry one is weak. She pointed at Bakugo. His fighting style compensates for deep insecurity. The half-cold one is stronger but sabotages himself. Hey! Bakugo shot to his feet. Say that to my face, you overgrown. Taraka was in front of him before he finished the sentence. She moved fast for her size, crossing the room in 2 strides, for arms loose at her sides, towering over Bakugo like a cliff face over a pebble. I said it to your face, she rumbled. Would you like me to demonstrate? The room went dead silent. Bakugo's palms crackled. His jaw clenched. Every eye was on him, waiting to see if his pride would override his survival instinct. It did. It always did. He swung. Taraka caught his fist with her lower left hand. The explosion detonated against her palm, and she didn't flinch. Tetraman's skin was built to withstand impacts that would shatter mountains. Bakugo's nitroglycerin sweat might as well have been a firecracker. Finished? She asked. Bakugo stared at his captured fist, at the massive red hand that held it like a child's toy. Something crossed his face, not fear, exactly, but the dawning realization that he was outclassed in a way no amount of aggression could fix. Taraka released him and stepped back. You have potential. Stop wasting it on anger. She walked to the kitchen, opened the fridge with 2 hands, and began assembling what appeared to be a breakfast large enough for 6 people. Bakugo stood frozen for 3 full seconds. Then he sat down without a word. Kirishima slid into the seat next to him. Dude, you okay? Shut up. That was honestly the manliest thing I've ever seen. I said shut up, shitty hair. But his voice was quieter than usual. And for the rest of breakfast, he kept glancing at Taraka with something that might have been grudging respect. Aizawa returned to class 4 days later, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, his arm in a sling, his eyes bloodshot and furious. He looked like death reheated, and nobody dared comment. Sports festival, he announced. 2 weeks. Start preparing. The class erupted into excited chatter. Izuku felt his stomach clench. The sports festival, the biggest showcase event for UA students, broadcast nationally, watched by millions. In his first life, it had been a turning point, his first real public debut, his fight with Todoroki, the beginning of his reputation. This time, it would be even more significant, because his alien companions made him impossible to ignore. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice cut through the noise. Stay after class. When the others filed out, Izuku remained at his desk. Firaxa, Kristra, Balasa, and Taraka lingered near the door until Aizawa waved them out. Just him. Go. They went, reluctantly. Firaxa's flames flickered with displeasure, but Kristra guided her out with a hand on her arm. Aizawa waited until the door closed, then fixed Izuku with that piercing stare. The commission contacted me. Director Seigo. Among others. They're not happy about your refusal to cooperate with the registration mandate. They're putting pressure on UA to either comply or face consequences. What kind of consequences? Funding. Accreditation reviews. Political pressure on the board of directors. Izuku leaned against his desk, wincing at the movement. Nizu is handling it, but there's a limit to what even he can deflect. The HPSC has teeth, and they're starting to bare them. So what do you want me to do? I want you to understand the situation. You made an enemy of the most powerful regulatory body in the hero industry. That was either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. Which do you think? Aizawa's expression didn't change. I think you're a kid who's playing at a level he's not ready for. I think your companions are powerful enough to destabilize the balance of power in the hero world, and people in power don't like instability. I think you're going to need allies beyond alien women who adore you. He stood up straight. The sports festival is your chance. Use it. Show the public, and the commission, that you're not a threat. That your team is an asset. Win them over before the HPSC has a chance to turn them against you. You're telling me to play politics. I'm telling you to survive. The battlefield isn't always a battlefield. Sometimes it's a camera. Sometimes it's a boardroom. He walked toward the door. 2 weeks. Make them count. He left Izuku alone in the classroom, the weight of his words settling like a stone. Training for the sports festival consumed every waking moment. Izuku ran his team through drills in UA's training ground beta. Firaxa practiced precision fire control, creating barriers, launching guided projectiles, generating heat shields without destroying the surrounding area. The goal was finesse, not power. She hated it. This is boring, she groaned, maintaining a perfectly circular fire wall around a training dummy. Can I just blow something up? One thing. After you hold that wall for 10 minutes without fluctuation. You're the worst commander ever. FIA. Fine. Holding. Kristra developed new techniques, crystal constructs she could deploy rapidly, defensive structures that could protect multiple people simultaneously, offensive formations that could be launched like projectile weapons. She was the most adaptable of the group, her Petrosapien biology allowing near-infinite variation in crystal shape, density, and composition. Thalassa focused on combat applications of her speed. Not just running fast, but fighting fast. Hit-and-run tactics, rapid disengagement, creating vacuum effects through concentrated movement. She sparred with Ida one afternoon, the two speedsters pushing each other to new limits. You're fast, Thalassa admitted afterward, barely winded while Ida gasped for breath. For a human. That is, both, a compliment, and an insult, Ida managed. Yeah, I'm good at those. Chiraka trained differently. She didn't need finesse, she needed restraint. Her Tetraman strength was so far beyond human limits that she risked seriously injuring anyone she sparred with. She spent hours in the weight room, lifting increasingly ridiculous loads, calibrating her output so she could operate at a fraction of her full power without accidentally killing someone. Kirishima became her training partner. He was the only student who could take her hits and keep standing. His hardening quirk made him durable enough to survive contact with her, if barely. They developed an odd friendship, based entirely on mutual respect for toughness. Again. Kirishima yelled, blood running from his lip, unbreakable mode cracking at the edges. Chiraka's upper right fist connected with his guard. The impact sent him sliding back 10 feet. He stayed upright. Good, she said. Again. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. But the real work happened at night. After official training ended, after the other students retired to their rooms, Izuku gathered his team in the common area. Maps, diagrams, and analysis charts covered the table. Kristra had created crystal models of the sports festival arena, accurate to the centimeter. The festival has 3 stages, Izuku said. An obstacle race, a cavalry battle, and one-on-one tournament brackets. The Commission has ruled that my companions can participate in team events but not individual ones. Which means the obstacle race and the tournament fights, I'm solo. The cavalry battle, we're together. That's their compromise. Firax's flames flickered with irritation. They're trying to expose you. Make you fight alone so they can prove you're nothing without us. Probably. But it's also an opportunity. Izuku tapped the arena model. If I can perform well in the solo events, actually well, not just surviving, it proves I'm not just a summoner. I'm a fighter. A strategist. A hero in my own right. You don't have to prove anything, Taraka said, all four arms crossed. Yes, I do. Not to you. To them. He gestured vaguely at the walls, meaning the cameras, the Commission, the public. If people see me as a controller, a guy who pushes buttons and lets his aliens do the work, they'll never accept us. They'll always see you as weapons and me as the guy holding the trigger. But if I can stand on my own 2 feet and still choose to fight alongside you, that changes the narrative. Kristera nodded. Sound strategic reasoning. What do you need from us? For the cavalry battle, absolute dominance. We show the world what our team looks like at full power. No holding back, no restraint. We take every headband and we don't give a single one up. Firaxa grinned. Now you're speaking my language. For the tournament, I need gear. Kristera, can you create crystal-based support equipment? Something I can use for offense and defense that doesn't rely on a quirk. Already designed 3 prototypes, Kristera replied. Crystal gauntlets for striking power, a retractable crystal shield, and a set of throwable crystal shards that I can remotely detonate. You designed those already? I anticipated the need. Her diamond eyes gleamed. I told you, your analytical mind is attractive. Firaxa elbowed her. Flirting later. Strategy now. That was strategy. It was flirting. It can be both. Focus, Izuku interrupted, though his ears were red. Velasa, you're our cavalry battle ace. Your speed means nobody can take our headband if you're guarding it. I want you running interference, anyone gets close, you snatch their headband instead. Yes. Running. My favorite thing. Which is everything. Velasa bounced in her seat. What about Taraka? Taraka is our foundation. Literally. I ride on your shoulders during the cavalry battle. You're the horse. Taraka raised one eyebrow. You wish to ride me. The silence in the room was deafening. Firaxa bit her lip so hard a spark flew. Velasa made a strangled noise. Even Kristera's composure cracked. Into battle, Izuku said quickly, face burning. Ride you into battle. Cavalry battle. Horse. Position. I know what you meant. Taraka's golden eyes glinted with something that might have been amusement. I accept. Moving on. Izuku said too loudly, and they did, but Firaxa kept snickering for the next 10 minutes. 3 days before the sports festival, the Chaquetrix activated again. It wasn't like the other times. There was no combat trigger, no desperate need, no adrenaline spike. Izuku was in his room, alone for once. The others had gone to a late-night training session, sitting in the dark, staring at the ceiling. He was thinking about death. Not suicidal. Nothing like that. He was remembering his death, the actual moment of it, in his first life. The impact. The pain. The strange, cold silence that followed. The void where the forge had spoken to him, offered him the Chaquetrix, given him a second chance. He was thinking about how easily it could happen again. How fragile he still was, underneath everything. His companions were powerful, but he was still human. Still breakable. One quirk, one bullet, One moment of bad luck, and he was gone. And what happened to them, if he was gone? Did they disappear? Did they persist? Were they tied to his life the way he was tied to their creation? The fear was cold. Deep. The kind that settled into your bones and whispered that everything you'd built was temporary. The Chaquetrix responded. Light bloomed, but wrong. Not the bright green of previous manifestations. This was pale. Ghostly. The color of moonlight filtered through fog. And what emerged from that light was not solid, not warm, not alive in any way that Izuku's senses could easily categorize. She drifted through the air like smoke given form. Translucent, spectral, her body a collection of shadows layered over absence. One eye, a single, massive purple eye, dominated a face that was more skull than flesh. Tendrils of ectoplasmic energy trailed from her limbs, phasing through furniture and walls without resistance. She was tall, gaunt, and undeniably eerie. She hovered in the center of the room, that single eye fixed on Izuku. He didn't scream. He'd seen worse. He'd died. After that, a ghost was practically mundane. Hey, he said. Are you okay? She flickered. The question visibly confused her, her ectoplasmic form rippling, her eye widening. You're asking me if I'm okay. Her voice was layered, multiple tones at once, as if spoken by a chorus of one. You just materialized in my room looking like you're in pain. So yeah. Are you okay? I don't know. She drifted closer, slowly, like she was afraid of startling him. Or afraid of being startled herself. I expected fear. From you. My species, ectonurites, we are feared. Everywhere. By everyone. We are associated with Zs Scare, the High Ectolord, who was cruel. Evil. What you would call a monster. Her voice dropped. I expected you to see a monster. I see a person who looks lonely. She froze. Actually froze, her spectral body went rigid, her ectoplasmic tendrils hanging motionless in the air. That single purple eye glistened with something that might have been tears, if ghosts could cry. I am Ghost Weave, she whispered. And yes. I am lonely. I have been lonely since before I existed. The loneliness was there in the genetic memory, inherited from every ectonurite who was ever shunned, ever feared, ever treated as a thing instead of a being. She drifted closer. You were thinking about death when I formed. About fear. About loss. I am born from that. From the dark parts of you. Does that bother you? It should, shouldn't it? Being born from someone's fear of death. Being the manifestation of their darkest thoughts. She laughed, a sound like wind through empty rooms. But you know what I felt, in the moment of my creation. Not the darkness. Not the fear. The love underneath it. You were afraid of dying because you have people you don't want to leave. You were afraid of loss because you have things worth losing. Her eyes softened. That's not darkness. That's the most human thing I've ever felt. Izuku's throat tightened. Ghost Weave. You can call me Ghost. If you want. She floated beside his bed, hovering at his level. I know I'm not like the others. I'm not warm like Firaxa or solid like Crystera or fast like Thalassa or strong like Taraka. I'm cold and scary and I can't even touch things without phasing through them half the time. She looked away, her tendrils curling inward. But I can watch over you. While you sleep. I can see the nightmares, I can sense them through the veil between consciousness and unconsciousness, and I can pull you out before they get bad. I can be your guard in the dark. Ghost. You don't have to justify your existence to me. I know. But I want to be useful. I want to have a purpose. I want, her voice cracked. I want someone to not be afraid of me. Just once. Just one person in the entire universe who sees me and doesn't flinch. Izuku reached out his hand. His fingers passed through her forearm. She winced, not from pain but from the reminder that she couldn't be touched, couldn't be held, couldn't connect physically with the world around her. He tried again. Slower this time. Concentrating on the point of contact, feeling for the boundary between her spectral form and solid reality. His fingertips tingled, then numbed, then, contact. It was faint. Like touching the surface of water, resistance without solidity, presence without weight. But it was contact. His hand rested against something that was almost her arm, and she could feel it. Ghostweave shook. Her entire spectral body trembled, rippling like a disturbed pond. That single eye overflowed, actual tears, ectoplasmic drops that fell through the floor and vanished. "No one has ever tried to hold me before," she said. Her voice was barely audible. "Not once. In all the genetic memories, in all the lives of all the ectonurites who came before me, no one ever tried. Then they missed out." She laughed, wet, broken, real. "You're going to make me fall in love with you, and I don't even have a heart. You have something. I can feel it." She moved closer, carefully, and rested her head against his shoulder. His skin prickled with cold where she touched him, but it wasn't unpleasant. It was the cold of a winter night when you're under a warm blanket, present but safe. "Thank you," she whispered. "Anytime." They sat like that for a long time. The Chaquetrix hummed softly, its green glow mixing with Ghostweave's pale luminescence, filling the dark room with something that felt, against all odds, like peace. The door cracked open. Fyrax appeared in, saw them, and quietly closed the door without a word. The sports festival arrived on a Tuesday. UA's stadium was packed, 80,000 spectators in the stands, millions more watching from home. The atmosphere was electric, the kind of energy that vibrated in your teeth. Izuku stood in the competitor's tunnel, 4 alien women flanking him, listening to present Mick's booming introduction. And now, the first-year students. Give it up for the class that survived a real villain attack and came out swinging, Class 1A. The crowd's roar hit them like a physical force. They emerged into sunlight and sound, 20 students plus 4 aliens, and the stadium lost its collective mind. Cameras swung toward Izuku's group immediately. Fyrax's flames danced in the breeze. Kristra's crystal body caught the light and threw rainbows across the nearest section of crowd. Velasa was already vibrating with competitive energy. And Taraka stood behind Izuku like a red-skinned mountain, arms crossed, scanning the crowd with predatory attention. Ghostweave was present too, but invisible, phased into a spectral state, hovering above Izuku's shoulders. She preferred it this way. She wasn't ready for crowds. First event. Midnight announced from the stage, cracking her whip. Obstacle race. All students compete individually. Companions may not participate. Fyraxa scowled. Kristra's expression didn't change, but her crystal spikes grew a half-inch. Velasa groaned loudly. "It's fine," Izuku said. "This is my event. Watch from the stands. I've got this." "You better," Fyraxa growled. "If you lose because we weren't there, I won't lose." He said it with a certainty that surprised even himself. And looking at him, his team believed it. They separated. The companions moved to a designated viewing area, heavily monitored, Izuku noted, by HPSC agents in civilian clothing, while the students assembled at the starting line. Bakugo appeared at his shoulder. "Don't think I forgot, Deku. Without your alien freak show, you're nothing. I'll prove it right now. Good luck, Kaken." "Don't call me that." The starting horn blared. 200 students surged forward. Bakugo launched himself over the crowd with explosions, gaining immediate distance. Todoroki froze the ground behind him, tripping dozens of competitors while surfing ahead on an ice ramp. The physical types, Kirishima, Sato, Shoji, bulldozed through by force. Izuku ran. He wasn't the fastest. He wasn't the strongest. But he'd been trained by All Might in his second life and had a full career's worth of combat experience in his first. He read the crowd like a battlefield, dodging gaps, using momentum transfer, staying in the wake of larger students to reduce wind resistance. When the first obstacle appeared, a squad of zero-pointer robots blocking the path, he didn't fight them. He went under them. While Todoroki froze the robots and Bakugo blasted through them, Izuku slid between mechanical legs, using crystal gear Crystra had built him. Crystal cleats gripped the ground. Crystal gauntlets deflected stray debris. He moved through the obstacle like water through rocks, not fighting the current but riding it. The second obstacle was a canyon with stone pillars connected by tightropes. Bakugo flew across. Todoroki built an ice bridge. Izuku jumped from pillar to pillar, his movements precise, calculated. He'd memorized the layout from Cristra's models. He knew every distance, every angle, every safe landing point. Third obstacle, a minefield. Pink-painted ground packed with explosive devices. Students slowed to a crawl, terrified of triggering detonations. Izuku didn't slow down. He'd mapped the mine placement from the arena blueprints. He ran a path that wove between triggers, his footfalls precise to the centimeter. Where mines were unavoidable, he triggered them deliberately, jumping at the exact right moment to ride the explosion's shockwave forward instead of being thrown by it. The crowd went insane. Present Mike was screaming. Even Aizawa, on commentary duty, said something that might have been impressed. Izuku crossed the finish line in third place, behind Todoroki and Bakugo, ahead of everyone else. Third place. Solo. No Quirk. No aliens. Just his brain, his training, and Cristra's support gear. He wasn't even breathing hard. In the stands, Firaxa was on her feet, flames roaring. "That's why," she caught herself. "That's our partner. Did you see that?" Crystra permitted herself a small smile. The crystal cleats performed well. He performed well, Velasa corrected, vibrating in her seat. "Did you see those jumps?" His trajectory calculations were perfect. I clocked his reaction time at 0.3 seconds. For a human. That's ridiculous. Taraka said nothing. But she was smiling. And for Taraka, that was practically a standing ovation. Ghost Weave, invisible beside them, whispered, "He's magnificent." Nobody disagreed. The cavalry battle was where Izuku unleashed his team. The rules were simple: form groups of 2 to 4, wear point-value headbands, steal other teams' headbands. The student with the most points from the obstacle race, Todoroki, with 10 million, became the primary target. Everyone would go after him. Izuku's team was himself, Firaxa, Crystra, Velasa, and Taraka. 5 members, one more than the usual maximum, approved under the special companion rules. Formation, Izuku called as the teams assembled. Taraka knelt, and he climbed onto her upper shoulders, her lower arms bracing his legs, her upper arms free to fight. Crystra took position at the left flank, Firaxa at the right, Velasa at the rear. Rules of engagement, Izuku continued. Defensive priority. We protect our headbands and pick off targets of opportunity. Don't chase, let them come to us. Anyone gets within arm's reach, Velasa takes their headband before they know she's moved. Questions. Can I set anyone on fire? Firaxa asked. Controlled fire only. No injuries. You're no fun. Can I crush anyone? Taraka asked. No. You're less fun. Can I run really fast? Velasa asked. Yes. Best commander ever. The horn sounded. The battle began. It was a slaughter. Teams converged on them, the highest scoring team besides Todoroki, thanks to Izuku's obstacle race finish. A team led by Tetsu from Class 1B charged first, the steel-skinned student hardened and screaming a battle cry. Fire-Axa hit him with a concentrated heat wave that softened his steel form just enough for Velosa to zip past and snatch his headband. Got it. Velosa chirped, already back in formation. A team with Shiozaki's Vine Quirk attacked from the left. Crystera met them with a crystal wall that rose from the ground in an instant, redirecting the vines into a tangled mess. While they struggled to free themselves, Velosa took their headband too. Kaminari's team tried an electrical attack, massive discharge, area effect. Fire-Axa absorbed the electricity into her own thermal energy, converting it to fire, and threw it back as a controlled burst that scattered the team without harming them. 5 headbands in 2 minutes. They're unstoppable, Kaminari wheezed from the ground. That's not even fair. Fair is a concept, Crystera said calmly, adding another headband to their collection. Todoroki's team kept their distance, ice and fire creating a defensive perimeter that even Velosa's speed couldn't easily penetrate. Smart. Todoroki was watching Izuku's team, analyzing, learning. He wasn't going to charge in blindly. Leave Todoroki for last, Izuku said. He's the final boss. Final boss? Taraka echoed, confusion in her deep voice. Gaming reference. Ignore it. With 3 minutes left, Izuku made his move. Velosa, feint right. Fire-Axa, heat wall at their left flank. Crystera, crystal bridge over Todoroki's ice. They moved as one. Velosa's feint drew Todoroki's attention right, he launched an ice wall to intercept. But she was already gone, looping back to the formation. Fire-Axa's heat wall melted the left side of Todoroki's ice defense, creating a gap. And Crystera threw a crystal bridge over the remaining ice, creating a direct path to Todoroki's team. Izuku pointed from Taraka's shoulders. Now. Take them. Taraka charged up the crystal bridge, all 800 pounds of Tetraman warrior carrying Izuku straight toward Todoroki. Momo tried to create a barrier, Taraka's lower arms shattered it. Ida tried to escape with his speed, Velosa appeared beside him and snatched the headband off his head mid-stride. Todoroki launched fire and ice simultaneously, a dual attack that should have stopped anyone. Fire-Axa intercepted the fire. Crystera intercepted the ice. And Izuku, standing on Taraka's shoulders, leaned down and pulled the 10 million point headband off Todoroki's forehead. Thanks, Izuku said. Todoroki stared up at him with wide eyes. His heterochromatic gaze held something Izuku recognized from his first life, the beginning of respect. The beginning of a question he'd need time to answer. The timer buzzed. Cavalry battle over. Team Midoriya wins. Present Mick's voice shook the stadium. With the most points ever recorded in sports festival history. Somebody check if that's legal. It is? Then holy crap, folks. The crowd's reaction was split, cheers from those who'd been won over, angry muttering from those who thought it was unfair. In the HPSC observation box, Director Sego watched with narrowed eyes, speaking quietly into a communication device. Izuku didn't care about any of that. He slid off Taraka's shoulders, landed on the ground, and was immediately tackled by Velosa. We won, Velosa, I can't breathe. Fire-Axa pulled Velosa off him and hauled Izuku to his feet. Nice commanding, boss. You almost looked cool up there. Almost? The mumbling during the strategy briefing undercut it a little. I don't mumble during, you absolutely mumbled during strategy briefings, Crystera, Velosa, and Taraka said in unison. Izuku gave up and laughed. The tournament bracket was announced during the lunch break. Izuku found his name in a position that made his blood pressure spike. First round, Hitoshi Shinso. Second round, winner of Siro vs Todoroki. Shinso was the brainwashing kid. In his first life, Izuku had nearly lost to him by answering a taunt and getting caught in his quirk. This time, he knew the trick. He wouldn't make the same mistake. The real challenge was the second round. Todoroki would demolish Zero, that was inevitable. Which meant Izuku would face Todoroki in the second round. Without his companions. "You're doing the thinking face," Firaxa observed, sitting across from him in the cafeteria. She was eating something that she'd heated to the point of being unrecognizable. Lunch Rush had given up trying to serve her and just handed her raw ingredients. Todoroki. Second round. The half-and-half kid. Firaxa chewed thoughtfully. He's strong. Strongest in the class, probably, if he used his full power. He won't. He refuses to use his fire side. Some kind of issue with his father. That tracks. Taraka said his fighting style was self-sabotaging. Firaxa leaned forward. So what's your plan? I need to make him use his fire. Firaxa raised an eyebrow. Why? Because he needs to. Not for the fight, for himself. He's carrying something heavy, and it's going to crush him if he doesn't let it go. Izuku met her eyes. I know what it's like to carry weight. I had a whole lifetime of it. He doesn't need to beat me, he needs to beat whatever's holding him back. Firaxa stared at him for a long moment. Then she reached across the table and cupped his face with one warm hand. You absolute idiot, she said, and her voice was thick with something that made his chest tight. You're going to lose this fight on purpose, aren't you? To help him. I'm going to fight as hard as I can. But if helping him means I lose, yeah. I can live with that. You're infuriating. She pulled her hand back. But I wouldn't change a thing about you. That's a week. It's been more than a week. Her grin was blinding, literally, flames danced at the edges of her smile. I said ask me in a week. Consider me asked and answered. Izuku's face went absolutely nuclear red. Don't ruin it by stuttering. Just nod. He nodded. She laughed, and the entire cafeteria turned to look at the fire woman whose joy was making the sprinklers nervous. The Shinso fight lasted 30 seconds. Izuku walked into the arena, faced the purple-haired boy with the tired eyes and the dangerous quirk, and said absolutely nothing. Shinso taunted him. Insulted his companions. Questioned his worthiness. Called him a fraud. Izuku didn't respond. He advanced, steadily, silently, closing the distance while Shinso grew increasingly frustrated. Say something, you coward. You think you're better than me because you have your alien pets. You think you deserve to be here more than. Izuku grabbed him by the collar, pivoted, and threw him out of the ring. Clean. Technical. Silent. Midoriya advances. Midnight announced. As Shinso picked himself up outside the ring, Izuku finally spoke. You're talented. Your quirk is powerful. But you rely on it too much. Start training your body, not just your mind. You'll need both. Shinso stared at him. Then, slowly, he nodded. Todoroki vs. Zero was exactly what Izuku expected. Todoroki encased the entire arena in a glacier that reached the upper stands. Zero was frozen solid in 3 seconds. The crowd fell silent. Half from awe, half from the sudden temperature drop. Don't you think that was a bit much? Zero asked from inside his ice prison. Todoroki didn't answer. He was already looking at Izuku, across the stadium, those heterochromatic eyes burning with intensity. Their fight was next. Izuku stood in the arena, crystal gauntlets humming on his fists, crystal shield strapped to his left forearm. No Firaxa. No Crystra. No Velasa, no Taraka, no Ghost Weave. Just him. Across the ring, Todoroki stood in a combat stance. Ice crystals already formed at his feet. Midoriya, Todoroki said. I want to ask you something. After the fight. Now. Are you All Might's secret weapon? Izuku blinked. What? Your device. Your aliens. The way All Might watches you, protects you, defers to you. It's not normal. You're connected to him somehow. And I want to know how before I fight you. I'm not his weapon. I'm his student. And whatever connection we have, it doesn't change what's about to happen in this ring. Todoroki's jaw tightened. Fine. Then I'll use my full power. No. You won't. Todoroki's eyes widened slightly. What? You'll use your ice. You'll hold back your fire, because your fire comes from your father, and you've decided that using it means he wins. You'll fight me with half your power because the other half feels like it belongs to someone you hate. The temperature in the arena dropped 10 degrees. Todoroki's expression went flat, controlled fury, carefully contained. You don't know anything about me. I know more than you think. But that's not the point. Izuku raised his fists. Fight me. Full power or half. But know this, I'm not going to hold back. And if you fight me with one hand tied behind your back, you're going to lose. Midnight's whip cracked. Begin. Todoroki attacked immediately, a massive ice wave that consumed the arena floor. Izuku jumped, crystal cleats gripping the ice surface, and slid forward instead of back. The crystal shield absorbed the initial impact, redirecting the cold energy outward. You're strong. Izuku shouted over the ice's grinding roar. Your ice is incredible. But it's not enough. It won't be enough against the people you'll face after this festival, the villains, the threats, the things coming that you can't even imagine. Another ice wave. Bigger. Izuku shattered through it with a crystal gauntlet, the Petrosapien forged material cutting through Todoroki's ice with ease. He got close, within striking distance, and Todoroki stumbled back, frost forming on his own skin. He was getting too cold. Using too much ice without his fire to regulate his body temperature was physically dangerous. You're freezing yourself. Izuku pressed the attack, driving Todoroki back with a combination of crystal strikes and footwork. Your body is designed to use both sides together. You're hurting yourself to make a point, and the only person who benefits from that is the father you're trying to defy. Shut up. Todoroki's voice cracked. Ice exploded outward in a desperate burst, catching Izuku in the chest and throwing him backward. He hit the ground hard. Pain flared through his ribs, bruised, maybe cracked. Crystal armor absorbed some of the impact, but not all. He got up anyway. Your power is yours, he shouted. Not his. It came from him, but it belongs to you. Just like my companions came from the Chaquetrix, but they belong to themselves. You don't have to be defined by where your power came from, you get to decide what it means. Todoroki stood frozen, literally and figuratively. Frost covered half his body. His breath came in ragged gasps. And in his heterochromatic eyes, something was breaking. Something old and deep and calcified by years of rage. It's yours, Todoroki. Use it. A sound tore from Todoroki's throat, raw, primal, somewhere between a scream and a sob. And fire erupted from his left side. The arena transformed. Ice and fire clashed in the air, steam billowing upward in massive columns. Todoroki's body temperature equalized, the frost melted, color returned to his skin, and he stood straighter, taller, more present than Izuku had ever seen him. You wanted full power. Todoroki's voice was steady now. Calm. Resolved. You got it. He attacked with everything. Ice and fire in concert, dual elements weaving together in combinations he'd never attempted before. It was beautiful and terrifying and absolutely overwhelming. Izuku fought back with everything he had. Crystal gauntlets met fire and shattered. Crystal shield absorbed ice blasts until it cracked and broke apart. He dodged, countered, redirected, used every trick and technique he'd developed. It wasn't enough. Of course it wasn't enough. Todoroki at full power was a force that pro-heroes would struggle against. Izuku was a quirkless teenager with crystal gear and a big heart. The final attack came, a simultaneous ice-fire wave that filled the arena from edge to edge. Izuku braced behind his crumbling shield, felt the impact lift him off his feet, and flew backward out of the ring. He hit the wall and slid down it, gasping, bleeding from a cut on his forehead, his crystal gear shattered into glittering fragments around him. Midoriya is out of bounds. Midnight announced. Todoroki advances. The crowd went berserk. Not because Todoroki won, because of what they'd just witnessed. A quirkless boy had pushed the son of the number 2 hero to use his full power for the first time. The cameras had caught every moment, the speech, the breakthrough, the fire, the devastating final clash. Todoroki walked to the edge of the ring and looked down at Izuku. His face was streaked with tears he didn't seem aware of. "Thank you," he said. Izuku, battered and bruised and smiling, gave him a thumbs up. In the stands, Firaxa was crying. Actually crying, tears of flame that hissed and evaporated before they hit the ground. "That beautiful idiot," she whispered. "That absolute beautiful idiot." Kristra's hand found hers. He knew he'd lose. Of course he knew. He chose it anyway. Because helping someone mattered more than winning. Firaxa squeezed Kristra's hand, not caring that fire met crystal. "That's why he's ours." Thalassa wiped her visor with the back of her hand. "I'm not crying. Kinesilarans don't cry. It's just moisture." "You're crying," Taraka said, and pulled all 3 of them into a four-armed hug. Ghostweave, invisible above them, let her spectral tears fall through the stadium seats. The sports festival ended with Todoroki winning the tournament, Bakugo taking second with an apoplectic fury that required him to be chained to the podium to accept his medal. Izuku finished in the top 8, respectable for someone without a quirk. But the real victory was in the court of public opinion. Every news outlet ran the story. The quirkless boy who pushed the number 2 hero's son to surpass himself. The commander who led aliens into battle with strategic brilliance. The teenager who could have hidden behind his powerful companions but chose to stand alone when it mattered. Public approval surged. Polls showed 60% support for Izuku's companions being granted provisional hero status. The HPSC's narrative, that the aliens were uncontrolled threats, was crumbling. Director Sego was not pleased. 2 days after the festival, Izuku was alone in UA's garden. It was late afternoon. The other students were in their dorms, recovering from the week's events. His companions were scattered, Firaxa training with Endeavor, a grudging arrangement that All Might had brokered, Kristra in the support lab with Power Loader, Thalassa running laps with Ida, Taraka in the weight room with Kirishima, and Ghostweave doing whatever Ghostweave did when she was alone, probably haunting the library. Izuku sat on a stone bench, surrounded by flowers, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on him. The USJ. The festival. The HPSC. The things coming that he hadn't prevented yet, the training camp attack, the Kamino incident, all for one's return. He was so tired. The Chaquetrix hummed. Not urgently, gently. Like a pulse, steady and warm. And from the earth itself, something grew. Vines first. Green and tender, spiraling up from the soil between the paving stones. Then flowers, brilliant, impossible flowers in colors that didn't exist in nature, blooming in fast forward. And from the center of this sudden garden, a figure rose. She was tall, green-skinned, her body a fusion of plant and woman. Patterns like leaves and flower petals decorated her skin in natural spirals. Her hair was a cascade of vines and small blossoms, white, pink, pale blue. Her eyes were amber, warm as sunlight through honey. She smelled like fresh rain and growing things. She looked at Izuku. He looked at her. Hi, he said. Hi, she said back. Her voice was soft, layered with the rustling of leaves. You look exhausted. I am. Then stop. I can't. There's too much to do. She stepped closer, vines retracting behind her, and sat on the bench beside him. There's always too much to do. That's not an excuse to destroy yourself. She reached out and gently pulled his head down to rest on her shoulder. I'm Blumera. Methanosian. And right now, my job is to make you rest. I don't need, shoo. She hummed. Not a melody, a vibration, deep and resonant, that seemed to come from the earth beneath them. The flowers around them swayed in response, releasing scents that calmed Izuku's racing mind. His eyes grew heavy. His muscles unclenched. That's cheating, he mumbled. It's nurturing. My species specializes in it. Her vine hair curled protectively around his shoulders. Sleep. I'll be here when you wake up. The others can handle themselves for one afternoon. You can't save everyone if you're running on empty. She pressed her lips to his forehead, cool, soft, with a faint taste of green. Sleep, Izuku. He slept. When he woke, the garden had transformed. Where there had been a modest UA flower bed, there was now a lush grove of impossible plants, trees that sparkled with bioluminescence, flowers that hummed with subsonic frequencies, grass so green it seemed to glow. Blumera sat at the center of it, cross-legged, eyes closed, her body connected to the garden through root-like tendrils that spread from her feet. You did this while I was sleeping? Izuku asked, rubbing his eyes. I can't help it. My presence encourages growth. She opened her eyes, smiling. Feel better? He did. For the first time in weeks, his head was clear. Yeah. A lot better. Thank you. That's what I'm here for. She stood, the roots withdrawing into her body. I felt what you've been carrying. The weight, the worry, the plans within plans. You need someone who isn't about fighting or strategy. You need someone who makes you stop and breathe. So you're my, what? Therapist? I'm your garden. She touched his chest, directly over his heart. Whatever you plant in here, I'll help it grow. Whatever's choking the good stuff, I'll pull out by the roots. Her smile widened. Also, I'm an excellent cook. Well, I think I am. I've never actually cooked with earth ingredients, so there might be some experimentation involved. Izuku thought about that. Should I be worried? Only about half the time. He laughed. It felt good. It felt real. Fyraxa found them 20 minutes later. She took one look at Blumera, one look at the garden, one look at Izuku's relaxed expression, and said, Okay, plant lady. You get to stay. I wasn't asking permission. I know. But I'm giving it anyway. They grinned at each other, fire and nature, destruction and growth, and Izuku felt the team settle into something more complete. Something balanced. 5 companions now. And the Chaquetrix was still humming. The HPSC made their next move 3 weeks after the sports festival. Director Seigo appeared at UA with a formal government mandate, signed by enough officials to give it teeth. The document was specific. Izuku's companions were to undergo Quirk assessment registration, a process that involved physical examination, power testing, psychological evaluation, and the implantation of tracking devices. The meeting took place in Nizu's office. Izuku sat across from Seigo, his 5 companions arranged behind him. Nizu sat at his desk, sipping tea, his beady eyes watching everyone with unsettling intelligence. This isn't negotiable, Seigo said, placing the mandate on Nizu's desk. The government has authorized the commission to ensure public safety regarding unregistered paranormal entities. Your companions qualify. They're not entities, Izuku said. They're people. Under current law, people, is defined as members of the human species or registered extraterrestrial intelligences. Your companions are neither. They have no legal status, no citizenship, no rights under Japanese law. Seigo folded her hands. This mandate gives them a path to legal recognition, through compliance with the registration process. A path that includes tracking devices, monitoring technology. For safety. You want to put trackers in living beings. Izuku's voice was flat. That's not monitoring. That's ownership. Seigo's composure cracked, just slightly. I'm trying to help you, Midoriya. The political climate is shifting. The festival bought you goodwill, but goodwill fades. If your companions remain legally undefined, they're vulnerable. Any government official could classify them as weapons, as threats, as property. This mandate gives them personhood, conditional, yes, but personhood. Conditional personhood isn't personhood. It's better than nothing. Is it? Firaxa stepped forward, flames controlled but present. Where I come from, where my genetic memories come from, beings who accepted conditional freedom always ended up with less freedom than they started with. The conditions expand. The monitoring increases. Before you know it, you're in a cage with a nice name. Seigo looked at Firaxa with an expression that was almost, respectful. You're articulate, for a being who's existed for less than 4 months. I'm a fast learner. Comes with being on fire all the time, you either adapt or burn out. Nizu set down his tea. Perhaps a compromise is in order. Everyone turned to the principal. He smiled his unsettling smile. The Commission's concern is accountability. The public's concern is safety. Midoriya's concern is autonomy. Nizu steepled his paws. What if the companions were granted provisional hero licenses? Tied to Midoriya's enrollment at UA, subject to the same oversight as any hero student, but with full legal recognition as autonomous beings. That doesn't address the monitoring. Provisional hero licenses include GPS tracking as standard, Nizu continued smoothly. All hero students have their locations monitored by UA and the Commission during their enrollment. Your companions would simply be subject to the same protocols. No special tracking devices. No additional surveillance. Just standard hero oversight. Seigo's eyes narrowed. She was being outmaneuvered and she knew it. Nizu's proposal gave the Commission everything they wanted on paper, legal classification, monitoring, accountability, while stripping away the invasive elements that would have given them real control. I'll need to consult with my superiors. Of course. Take your time. Nizu's smile widened. Tea. Seigo left without taking the tea. At the door, she paused. This isn't over, Midoriya. The Commission protects public safety. One way or another, we will ensure these beings are accountable. They're accountable to me, Izuku said. And I'm accountable to everyone. That's what being a hero means. Seigo's jaw tightened. She left. The door closed. Izuku let out a breath he'd been holding for the entire meeting. Well played, Nizu said cheerfully. Both of you. The Commission will accept the compromise, they have to, or they'll look unreasonable in front of the media. Seigo knows it. She's not going to stop. No. But she'll have to change tactics. And changing tactics takes time you can use to strengthen your position. Nizu hopped off his chair. I suggest you use it wisely. The world is watching you, Midoriya. Make sure it likes what it sees. The provisional hero licenses came through a week later. Firaxa, Crystera, Velasa, Taraka, and Ghostweave, officially recognized as autonomous beings with provisional hero status, tied to UA's oversight. It wasn't perfect. It was a leash, even if a long one. But it was a start. I feel official, Velasa said, turning her license over in her clawed hands. Like, legitimate. Is this what bureaucracy feels like? Because it's weird but also kind of nice. It means we exist, Ghostweave said from her corner, her spectral form solidifying enough to hold her own license. Legally. Officially. We're real. You were always real, Izuku said. This just means the government has to acknowledge it. Chiraka examined her license with all four hands. My identification photo is terrible. You blinked, Kristra said. I did not blink. You absolutely blinked. All four eyes. Tetramans have two eyes. Then you blinked very efficiently. Blue Mara, who hadn't been part of the registration process yet, she'd manifested after the initial mandate, was quietly applying for her own license through UA's administrative office. The paperwork was absurd, 17 forms, 3 interviews, a physical examination that required a botanist and a xenobiologist, but she handled it with the calm patience of a being who was, essentially, a living garden. Done, she announced, returning to the common room with her license. I'm officially a plant-based hero provisional. They asked me to demonstrate my quirk. I grew a tree through the floor of the examiner's office. He seemed upset. Was it a big tree? Izuku asked. It went through 3 floors. That would do it. Internship offers flooded in. After the sports festival, every hero agency in Japan wanted a piece of Izuku and his team. Some wanted them for disaster response. Some wanted them for combat operations. Some, and Izuku could smell these from a mile away, wanted them for publicity. He chose carefully. Ingenium's agency, Ida's brother's operation, had been on his mind. In his first life, Ida's brother had been crippled by the hero-killer stain. The attack should be happening soon, and Izuku wanted to be nearby when it did. But changing that outcome was risky. Pulling on one thread of the timeline might unravel others. And Stain's ideology, toxic as it was, had catalyzed important changes in hero society. In the end, he chose a small disaster response agency in Hosu City, placing himself in the right location without directly interfering with events he couldn't fully predict. His team came with him. The first day of internship was uneventful. Routine patrols, community outreach, the mundane backbone of hero work that didn't make the news. Blue Mara planted trees in a community garden. Fireaxa did fire safety demonstrations for schoolchildren, the irony wasn't lost on anyone. Kristra repaired a crumbling bridge with crystal reinforcement. Velasa delivered emergency supplies across the city in record time. Chiraka helped construction workers lift steel beams. They were heroes. Real ones. Doing real work. And Izuku watched the news, waiting for the storm. It hit on the 3rd night. The Nomu attack on Hosu City. 3 high-end Nomu released simultaneously, tearing through the streets with mindless violence. Buildings collapsed. Cars were thrown like toys. Civilians screamed and ran. Izuku's blood ran cold. This wasn't in his first timeline, or rather, it was, but differently. In his first life, there had been Nomu in Hosu, but they'd been weaker, less coordinated. These were enhanced. These were sent with purpose. And that purpose became clear when his phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number, the boy with the watch. We know where you are. Give us the Chaquetrix, or the city burns. All for one. Izuku. Kristra's voice was sharp. Your heart rate just tripled. The Nomu aren't random. He showed them the message. They're here for me. For this. He raised the Chaquetrix. Fireaxa's flames turned blue-hot. Then let's make them regret it. It's a trap. Obviously. But the Nomu are killing people right now. We can't ignore that. She was right. Whatever All for One's plan was, people were dying while they debated. Izuku made the call. Split up. Fireaxa, Chiraka, take the Nomu in Sector 2, the one near the hospital. Kristera, Velasa, Sector 4, the residential district. Blue Mara, coordinate evacuation through the park, use your vines to create safe corridors. Ghost Weave, you're with me. With you where? Ghost asked, materializing beside him. We're going to find who's controlling these things. And we're going to stop them. The fights were brutal. The Nomu in Sector 2 had heat absorption, specifically designed to counter Fire Axa. Every blast she threw, it ate. Every wave of fire she unleashed, it consumed and redirected. It was built to kill her. Taraka saved her. While the Nomu focused on absorbing Fire Axa's fire, Taraka hit it from behind with all 8 fists, upper and lower arms working in alternating combination, raining blows so fast and hard that the Nomu's regeneration couldn't keep up. My fire's useless against this thing. Fire Axa snarled, dodging a counterattack. Then stopped using fire. Taraka grabbed the Nomu's arm and twisted. The joint snapped. It regrew in seconds, but Taraka was already breaking the next one. Use your heat differently. Not as a weapon, as a tool. Fire Axa understood. She stopped throwing fire and started radiating heat, massive, ambient heat that raised the temperature of everything within 100 meters. The Nomu's biological systems couldn't handle the environmental change. Its regeneration slowed as its cells cooked from the inside. Taraka capitalized, pounding it into the pavement until it stopped moving. In Sector 4, the story was different. The Nomu there had diamond-hard skin, a direct counter to Kristera's crystal constructs. Every shard she launched shattered against its hide. Velasa solved the problem. She ran at the Nomu at full speed, circled it thousands of times in seconds, and created a vacuum around its head. No air. No oxygen. Even Nomu needed to breathe. It collapsed, unconscious, and Kristera encased it in a crystal prison thick enough to hold. In the park, Blue Mara was doing something no one expected. She wasn't fighting, she was rescuing. Massive vine structures grew from the earth, creating bridges over rubble, shelters against falling debris, paths through the chaos. She carried injured civilians in cradles of living plant matter, gentle as a mother's arms. When a chunk of building fell toward a group of children, she grew a tree in a fraction of a second, a massive trunk that caught the debris and held it, buying enough time for evacuation. She was saving hundreds of lives. Quietly, without fanfare, without fighting. Just growing. Izuku and Ghostweave moved through the city's shadows. Ghost could phase them both through walls and floors, making them effectively invisible. They tracked the Nomu's control signal, a faint electromagnetic pulse that Izuku detected through the Chaquetrix's sensor capabilities. It led them to a warehouse near the industrial district. Inside, a man sat at a console, watching feeds from cameras attached to the Nomu. He was thin, pale, with the look of someone who hadn't seen sunlight in months. He's a controller, Ghostweave whispered. Not the source, a relay. Someone else is giving him orders. Can you possess him? I can try. But if he's got mental defenses, try. Ghost flowed through the wall and into the man. He jerked, eyes going wide, then went still as Ghostweave took control. Through his borrowed hands, she deactivated the Nomu control signal. Across the city, the remaining Nomu went limp, mindless without direction, easy targets for the pro-heroes who'd been scrambling to contain them. But as Ghost rifled through the man's memories, she found something that made her recoil. Izuku. He has orders. Specific orders. Her voice came from the man's mouth, distorted. If the Nomu fail, activate the secondary target. The target is. She paused. Your mother's apartment building. The world went white. Izuku was running before he finished processing the words. The Chaquetrix screamed on his wrist, responding to his terror, his fury, his desperate need to protect the person he loved most. Ghostweave released the controller and flew after him. Izuku, wait, you can't just, he wasn't listening. He was already calling his team through the bond. Everyone. Mom's apartment. Now. They converged on the building from every direction. 3 Nomu were already there, different from the ones in the city. These were sleek, fast, purpose-built for assassination rather than destruction. One had heat absorption, one had diamond skin, one had speed enhancement. Each one designed to counter a specific member of Izuku's team. All for one had done his homework. The Nomu with heat absorption blocked Fire Axa, eating her fire, driving her back. The diamond-skinned one grappled with Crystera, their matching durability creating a deadlock. The speed-enhanced one chased Velosa through the streets, matching her stride for stride. They were stalemated. Perfectly countered. Exactly as All for One had planned. But he hadn't planned for Ghost Weave. Ghost phased through the building's wall, found Inko huddled in her apartment, and wrapped spectral arms around her. Mrs. Midoriya. Hold still. I'm getting you out. What's happening? Who are, I'm Ghost Weave. I'm one of Izuku's. Close your eyes. Ghost phased Inko through the floor, through the building's foundation, and out the other side, depositing her safely in the arms of a bewildered police officer 2 blocks away. That freed Izuku to focus on the fight. Blue Mera, he said through the bond. The heat-absorbing Nomu. Can you restrain it? Already on it. Vines erupted from the ground beneath the Nomu's feet, not fire-based, not energy-based, just raw physical plant matter that the heat absorption couldn't counter. The vines wrapped around its limbs, its torso, its neck. It struggled, tearing free, but Blue Mera grew more. And more. And more. A forest sprang up around the Nomu, pinning it in place with the accumulated weight of 1,000 trees. The Diamond One, Izuku continued. Chiraka, you and Crystera together. 4 arms, crystal reinforcement. Chiraka grabbed Crystera's hands, all 4 of them gripping 2 of hers, and Crystera grew crystal over Chiraka's fists, creating massive diamond-reinforced wrecking balls. Chiraka swung with her full, unrestricted Tetraman strength. The impact shattered the Nomu's diamond skin. It staggered. A second blow caved in its chest. A third sent it through a building. It didn't get back up. The speed Nomu was the last problem. It was keeping pace with Velosa, which should have been impossible. Nothing was faster than a Kinoceleran at full sprint. But this Nomu had been engineered specifically for speed, and it matched her step for step. Velosa. Izuku called. Stop running. What? Trust me. Stop. She stopped. The speed Nomu overshot her by 200 meters before it could break. In that fraction of a second, Fire Axa, freed from the heat absorber, hit it with a concentrated thermal lance. Not fire. Heat. Pure infrared energy that the speed Nomu's biology couldn't absorb because it wasn't designed for heat resistance, only speed. It went down smoking. Silence fell over the street. 3 Nomu, defeated. Izuku's team stood amid the wreckage, breathing hard, battered but whole. Ghost Weave materialized beside Izuku. Your mother is safe. Unharmed. Very confused, but safe. Izuku's legs gave out. He dropped to his knees on the broken pavement, hands shaking, the adrenaline crash hitting him like a truck. Fire Axa caught him before he hit the ground, pulling him against her, not caring that her heat made his skin prickle. We got her, she murmured. She's safe. We got her. He went after my mom. Izuku's voice was small. Younger than he'd sounded in months. He knew where she lived. He sent monsters to kill my mother. And they failed. Chiraka's shadow fell over them both. Because of us. Because of you. This can't happen again. Izuku looked up, and his eyes were hard. Clear. The eyes of someone who'd made a decision and wouldn't be moved from it. She can't live there anymore. It's not safe. UA has campus housing, Christopher said, already pulling out her phone. Nizu offered it after the USJ. I'll arrange it tonight. I'll guard her personally, Firaxa declared. 24/7. Anything comes near Inko, I'll melt it. Izuku leaned into Firaxa's warmth and closed his eyes. He felt the others gather around him, Kristra's cool presence, Velosa's vibrating energy, Taraka's solid mass, Bloomer's gentle growth, Ghostweave's spectral chill. His family. Not just companions. Not just allies. Family. Thank you, he whispered. All of you. Taraka's massive hand rested on his head. You gave us life. We give you everything else. That's how this works. Inko moved into UA campus housing the next morning. She brought everything she owned, which wasn't much, and set up a small apartment in the faculty wing. Nizu provided it rent-free, citing strategic asset protection, with a smile that suggested he simply enjoyed the chaos. Firaxa made good on her promise. She took up residence in Inko's new apartment, sleeping on the couch, standing guard during the nights, and spending the days teaching Inko how to cook with extreme heat. The trick is to not set the pot on fire. Just the food. Only the food, Fia-chan. The domesticity was surreal. An alien fire woman and a crying Japanese mother, bonding over curry recipes and shared concern for the same green-haired boy. Inko started calling Firaxa Fia-chan without thinking about it. Firaxa started calling Inko Mom without meaning to. Neither of them corrected the other. The attack on Inko changed the political landscape overnight. News broke that All for One, a name that was still classified, known only to a handful of people, had targeted a civilian to get to a UA student. The HPSC tried to spin it as evidence that Izuku's companions attracted danger, but the narrative backfired spectacularly. Public opinion surged in Izuku's favor. He wasn't the threat. He was the target. And his companions were the only reason his mother was alive. Director Seigo's registration mandate lost its remaining support. Government officials who'd backed it quietly distanced themselves. The provisional hero licenses were upgraded to full provisional status, no longer tied to UA's enrollment but to Izuku's continued cooperation with standard hero oversight. It was a victory. But Izuku couldn't enjoy it. All for One had shown his hand, and the message was clear: I can reach anyone you love, anytime I want. The clock was ticking toward Kamino Ward. Izuku sat on the roof of the UA dorms, watching the stars. Firaxa was with Inko. Christopher was in the lab. Velosa was running somewhere. Taraka was arm wrestling Kirishima, again. Blue Mara was tending the garden she'd planted at the school's entrance. It had become a minor tourist attraction. Ghostweave was with him. She was always with him at night, his guardian in the dark, his watcher against nightmares. She floated beside him, her spectral form dim against the starlight, her single eye reflecting the constellations. You're planning something big, she said. Not a question. Yeah. Kamino Ward. He looked at her sharply. How did you? I live in your head sometimes. When you sleep, your thoughts leak. I don't read them on purpose, but some things are loud. She drifted closer. You've been dreaming about a place. A warehouse district. Fire, destruction, a figure in a mask. You wake up touching your chest, right where you died. Izuku touched his chest reflexively. He killed me there. In my first life. All for One. And you're going back. I have to. If I don't stop him, if I let it play out like before, people will die. More people than last time, because he's adapted. He knows about me now. About the Chaquetrix. Ghostweave's tendrils curled around his shoulders, that familiar spectral chill settling against his skin. Then we go together. All of us. He'll be ready for us. He's already built Nomu to counter each of you. Then we surprise him. Ghost's eye gleamed. He studied fire, crystal, speed, strength, and plants. He hasn't studied me. Not really. He doesn't know what an ectoneurite can do when she's not holding back. What can you do when you're not holding back? Ghostweave smiled. It was not a comforting smile. Things that would make the dead afraid. Izuku looked at her, this spectral woman born from his darkest fears, who'd chosen to stand beside him instead of haunt him, and felt something shift between them. Not romance, not yet. Something deeper. Trust. The kind forged in darkness, where you can't see the person next to you but you know they're there. When the time comes, he said, I'll need you to do something you might not be comfortable with. Name it. I need you to possess a Nomu. Take it over completely. Turn all for one's weapon against him. Ghost was silent for a moment. Then, possession of that magnitude. I'd have to suppress the host's consciousness entirely. It's invasive. Violent. Everything I hate about my species' reputation. I know. And I won't ask you to do it if, I'll do it. Her voice was quiet but firm. For you. For all of us. Some things are worth being uncomfortable for. He reached for her hand. His fingers passed through, then caught, that faint contact, like touching water. She gripped back. Thank you, Ghost. Always. They sat together under the stars, the living boy and the spectral woman, watching the sky and waiting for what was coming. The Chaquetrix pulsed on his wrist. Somewhere in the city, all for one watched through 100 stolen eyes. And in orbit, far above, invisible to the naked eye, a cluster of alien probes recorded everything, transmitting data to a ship that was getting closer every day. Chapter 3, Apotheosis. Izuku knew the exact moment everything would go wrong. He'd been tracking League of Villains activity for 3 weeks through a network he'd built quietly, Ghostweave eavesdropping through walls, Velosa running surveillance routes across the city, Krystra analyzing communication patterns from intercepted data. The intelligence picture was clear, the League was planning something at the training camp. Bakugo was the target. In his first life, Izuku had been helpless during the camp attack. He'd watched friends get hurt, watched Bakugo get taken, and then launched a desperate rescue mission that ended with his death at Kamino Ward. This time, he had 6 alien women, a strategic mind sharpened by 2 lifetimes, and absolutely zero intention of letting history repeat itself. We skipped the camp attack entirely, he told his team, gathered in his dorm room the night before the training camp departure. Maps covered every surface, the camp location, the surrounding forest, League hideout locations he remembered from his first life. We go straight to the source. Firaxa leaned forward, flames casting dancing shadows. You want to hit them before they hit us. I want to take the fight to all for one on our terms, not his. The camp attack is a distraction, a way to capture Bakugo and force a response. If we prevent the capture, we control the timeline. And if we can't prevent it? Krystra asked. Then we adapt. But we prepare for both scenarios. He pointed at the map showing the Kamino Ward warehouse district. This is where All for One operates. His base. In my analysis, this is where any rescue operation would lead. And this is where he'll be waiting with everything he has. Taraka cracked her knuckles, all 8 of them. How strong is this All for One? Stronger than anything we've faced. He collects quirks, steals them from other people, stockpiles them, combines them. He's been doing it for over 100 years. He has dozens, maybe hundreds of abilities at his disposal. Can he steal our powers? Velosa asked, her usual rapid-fire delivery slowed by genuine concern. I don't know. Your abilities aren't quirks, they're biological. Alien physiology. His power is designed to interact with the quirk factor in human DNA. Whether it works on you. Izuku shook his head. That's one of the unknowns. I don't like unknowns, Taraka rumbled. Neither do I. That's why we're going to stack every advantage we can before we get there. Blue Mara, sitting quietly in the corner with vines curling around her fingers, spoke up. You said he sent Nomu specifically designed to counter us. Heat absorption for Firaxa, diamond skin for Crystera, speed enhancement for Velasa. He studied us. He studied what he's seen. Public appearances, news footage, the sports festival. He knows your powers but not your limits. Izuku looked at each of them in turn. We need to show him things he hasn't seen. New techniques, new combinations, strategies that aren't in any footage. And Ghost Weave, he continued, turning to the spectral woman hovering near the ceiling. He doesn't know about you at all. You've stayed hidden, no public appearances, no recorded fights. You're our ace. Ghost's single eye gleamed. I'll be ready. There's something else. Izuku touched the Chaquetrix. It pulsed under his fingers, warm and responsive. The device has been active lately. More active than usual. I think new manifestations are coming. I don't know when or who, but I can feel it building. More of us. Firaxa raised an eyebrow. How many aliens does one guy need? As many as it takes. Izuku rolled up the maps. Training camp starts tomorrow. We go, we participate, we act normal. But behind the scenes, we're preparing for Kamino. Every minute counts. The training camp was in a mountainous forest region, dense trees, rough terrain, the kind of environment designed to push hero students to their limits. The Pussycats, the wild team of nature-themed heroes, ran the facility with cheerful brutality. Welcome to hell, kittens. Pixie Bob announced, her grin just a little too wide. You'll be training your quirks to the breaking point. And beyond. Izuku's classmates groaned. His companions exchanged glances. I like her, Taraka said approvingly. The first 2 days were legitimate training. Izuku worked on his own physical conditioning, combat drills, endurance runs, tactical exercises with and without his team. His classmates trained their quirks under the Pussycats' guidance, pushing themselves harder than UA had ever demanded. Bakugo was relentless. He trained with an intensity that bordered on self-destructive, his explosions getting bigger, louder, more controlled. He'd stopped picking fights with Izuku, something had shifted since the sports festival, since Taraka had casually neutralized his best shot. He wasn't friendly, wasn't even civil, but the blind hatred had cooled into something more focused. He's adapting, Crystera observed, watching Bakugo demolish a rock face with precision blasts. His combat style has evolved significantly since our first meeting. He's incorporating defensive techniques he didn't use before. Taraka scared him straight, Firaxa said. I did not scare him, Taraka protested. I corrected him. There is a difference. Sure, big girl. Whatever lets you sleep at night. Todoroki was different too. Since the sports festival, he'd been using his fire openly, not perfectly, not naturally, but willingly. He trained with both sides, sometimes simultaneously, creating combinations of ice and fire that made the Pussycats nervous. He sought Izuku out for sparring sessions, the two of them developing a rhythm that felt natural despite everything. You changed me, Todoroki said during a water break, his voice carrying the weight of someone who'd been thinking about it for weeks. At the festival. I've been trying to figure out if I'm grateful or angry. Which one are you landing on? Both. Mostly grateful. He looked at the sky. My mother wants to meet you. When she's well enough for visitors. I'd like that. It was quiet. Real. The kind of moment that didn't need more words. On the third night, Izuku's preparations kicked into gear. While the camp slept, Ghostweave scouted the perimeter. She phased through the forest in expanding circles, her spectral senses scanning for anything out of place. At 2 a.m., she found them. 3 observers, she reported, materializing in Izuku's tent. League members. 2 in the tree line to the north, 1 on the ridge to the east. They're watching the camp, noting patrol patterns. How long have they been there? Based on the wear patterns at their positions, at least 2 days. Since before we arrived. Izuku's jaw tightened. The attack was coming. Sooner than he'd hoped. He activated the team through their bond. Within minutes, Firaxa, Crystra, Velasa, Taraka, and Blumera had assembled in his tent, which was comically too small for all of them. Taraka alone took up half the space. The League is scouting us. Attack could come tomorrow night, maybe the night after. He kept his voice low, barely above a whisper. We stick to the plan. Ghost, can you track the scouts back to their staging area without being detected? Already did. There's a secondary camp 3 kilometers northeast. Portable warp gates, communication equipment, and what I think are Nomu containment units. How many Nomu? I counted 4 pods. 2 were active. 2 Nomu. Better than the army all for one had at Kamino, but still dangerous, especially if they were custom designed like the ones that had attacked Inko's apartment. Change of plans, Izuku said. We don't wait for them to hit us. We hit their staging area first. Firaxa's flames brightened. Now you're talking. Not all of us. Velasa and Ghostweave, you too. Speed and stealth. Get in, destroy the warp gates, disable the Nomu pods, get out. No engagement with League members if you can avoid it. This is sabotage, not combat. Velasa saluted with her tail. Smash and dash. My specialty. Ghost, you're Velasa's eyes. Phase through the facility first, map everything, then guide her in and out. Understood. Ghost's eye narrowed. And if there are guards? Non-lethal takedowns only. Possess them if you have to, but don't hurt anyone permanently. Ghost nodded. There was a flicker of something in her eye, relief, maybe. He was asking her to use her abilities without crossing the lines that haunted her species' reputation. Go. Both of you. Be back before dawn. They vanished, Velasa in a blur, Ghostweave through the tent wall. The remaining team settled in to wait. You're really not going yourself? Firaxa asked. I need to be here. If the League attacks the camp before Ghost and Velasa finish their mission, I need to coordinate the defense. You could coordinate from anywhere. I need to be here for the students. My classmates. He met her eyes. They're not soldiers. They're kids. If the League hits them, they're going to be scared. They need someone who isn't. Firaxa studied his face in the dim light of her own flames. Then she leaned forward and kissed his forehead, a brief, warm press of lips that left a faint glow on his skin. Be careful, she said. If you die again, I'll find whatever afterlife you end up in and drag you back by your ears. That's terrifyingly romantic. I know. I'm good at that. The mission went sideways almost immediately. Ghostweave phased into the League staging area and found it nearly empty. The warp gates were gone. The communication equipment was packed. The Nomu pods were open. Empty. Izuku. Ghost's voice crackled through their bond, strained with urgency. They're not here. They've already moved. Izuku's blood went cold. Where? I don't know. The camp's been cleared. They moved everything in the last few hours, while we were planning. The timing was too perfect. They'd been watched. Not just the camp, Izuku's team. Someone had seen them gathering, seen Ghost scouting runs, seen the preparations. It's a setup, Izuku breathed. He was on his feet and running before he finished the sentence. Everyone up. They're coming. The forest exploded. Violet fire erupted from the tree line to the south, Dobby's flames, unnaturally hot, designed to burn through anything. From the east, a wall of flesh surged through the trees, moonfish, blade teeth extending in impossible configurations. From the north, gas billowed through the undergrowth, Mustard's knockout gas, spreading fast. And from above, two shapes dropped from the sky. Nomu. Enhanced, custom-built, screaming as they fell toward the camp like living missiles. Firaxa, south. Crystera, east. Taraka, hold the center. Izuku's voice cut through the chaos. Blumara, filter the gas. They moved without hesitation, battle-hardened reflexes taking over. Firaxa met Dabi's flames with her own. The collision was spectacular, blue fire against orange gold, two infernos wrestling for dominance. Dabi was powerful, but Firaxa was a pyronite. She wasn't just using fire, she was fire. She advanced through his blasts, each step bringing her closer, her body absorbing what she couldn't deflect. Not bad, for a human, she called to him. But you're burning yourself up. I can see it, your skin's taking damage from your own quirk. That's sloppy. Dabi's scarred face twisted. Don't lecture me, freak. I'm not lecturing. I'm diagnosing. She raised both hands. And the prognosis isn't great for you. She detonated. A sphere of concentrated thermal energy expanded from her body, flash heating the air to the point where Dabi's flames couldn't sustain themselves. His fire guttered and died. He stumbled back, eyes wide. Firaxa grabbed him by the collar and slammed him into a tree. Stay down. On the eastern front, Crystera faced Moonfish. His blade teeth, extendable, razor-sharp, controlled by his quirk, slashed at her from every angle. Crystal met steel in a cacophony of impacts, each strike sending prismatic sparks flying. Your teeth are made of keratin and calcium, Crystera observed, parrying a thrust aimed at her core. Strong, but brittle under lateral stress. She grew crystal from the ground beneath Moonfish's feet, encasing his lower body. His teeth whipped downward, trying to free himself. She caught one in her hand and snapped it. Moonfish screamed. Crystera broke 3 more before he stopped struggling. Brutal, Taraka commented from the center of camp, where she'd planted herself between the 2 falling Nomu and the student tents. The first Nomu hit her at terminal velocity, she caught it. Both feet driving into the earth, her 4 arms absorbing the impact, muscles straining against the creature's mass. The second Nomu hit a crystal wall that Crystera had grown at the last second, bouncing off and tumbling into the forest. It recovered quickly, these were enhanced models, faster and smarter than the USJ Nomu, and charged Taraka from behind. Blumara intercepted it. She'd been filtering Mustard's gas, her plant physiology could process methane and toxic compounds, converting them to breathable oxygen, but she'd grown a secondary body from the forest floor. A massive construct of living wood and vine, 20 feet tall, shaped roughly humanoid. It caught the charging Nomu in a bear hug of living timber and squeezed. The Nomu struggled. Regenerated. Struggled harder. Blumara's construct creaked but held. New growth replaced everything the Nomu broke, an endless cycle of destruction and regrowth. I can hold this one, Blumara called from within her construct. But not forever. You don't need forever. Taraka had the first Nomu in a headlock, all 4 arms wrapped around its neck. Just long enough. Velasa arrived. She'd been 3 kilometers away when the attack started, and it had taken her 4 seconds to cover the distance. She blurred through the camp, assessing threats, picking off stragglers, the League's lower-tier villains who'd been trying to flank the students. She ran through them like a scythe through wheat. Non-lethal, as Izuku had ordered, but devastating. Zip ties appeared on wrists. Villains found themselves trussed up and deposited in a pile before they knew what had hit them. Velasa moved so fast that from the outside, she was just a blue-black streak punctuated by the sounds of bodies hitting the ground. 11 down, she reported, barely winded. 2 more in the northwest quadrant. Want me to grab them? Do it. Izuku was in the center of camp, coordinating through the bond, his mind processing 6 simultaneous battles. His classmates had woken up and were fighting too, Bakugo's explosions lighting the forest, Todoroki's ice and fire creating barriers, Kirishima shielding other students with his body. They were handling themselves, but the Nomu were the real threat. Ghost. Izuku called through the bond. The Nomu that Bloomer is holding, can you possess it? Silence. Then, from everywhere and nowhere, I can. But Izuku, once I'm inside, I'll feel everything it feels. These things are in pain. Constant, engineered pain. It's how they're controlled. I know. And I'm sorry. But we need it. Another silence. For you. Only for you. Ghost Weave flowed from the shadows and into the Nomu's body. It seized, convulsed, and then went still. When it opened its eyes, they had a purple tint that hadn't been there before. I have it, Ghost said from the Nomu's mouth. Her voice was distorted, layered with the creature's guttural undertones. God, this hurts. Everything hurts. What did they do to this thing? Can you fight with it? I can do more than fight. The possessed Nomu turned toward its partner, the one Taraka was still grappling with, and charged. 2 Nomu collided with the force of freight trains. Ghost's puppet wrapped its arms around the other Nomu and held it while Taraka wound up with all 4 fists. The impact sent shockwaves through the forest. Trees cracked. The ground split. The unpossessed Nomu went limp. Ghost released her host immediately, flowing out of the Nomu's body and reforming beside Izuku, shaking violently. Never again, she whispered. Please. Never make me do that again. The things inside that creature's mind, the screaming, Izuku caught her spectral form as she flickered, his hands finding that fragile contact point between solid and ethereal. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You did incredible. You saved us. Hold me. Please. He held her. His fingers passed through her partially, the contact faint and tingling, but she clung to what she could feel and shook until the trembling subsided. Around them, the battle was ending. The League was defeated, Dabi unconscious, Moonfish restrained, Mustard's gas cleared, the lesser villains tied up. The students were battered but alive. The Nomu were down. But something was wrong. Where's Bakugo? Ida shouted, counting heads. Has anyone seen Bakugo? Izuku's stomach dropped. Kurogiri. The warp villain. He'd been invisible during the entire fight, no one had seen him, no one had engaged him. Because he hadn't been fighting. He'd been waiting. A portal had opened and closed during the chaos, in the fraction of a second when everyone was focused on the Nomu. And Bakugo was gone. No. Izuku's voice was hollow. No, 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 Izuku. Kristera's hand on his shoulder, cool and grounding. He's gone. Kurogiri took him during the fight. I caught the warp signature on my sensors but couldn't react in time. This is what they wanted. Izuku pressed his palms against his eyes. The whole attack, the Nomu, the villains, it was all a distraction. Bakugo was always the target. Just like before. Before? Firaxa asked sharply. He stopped. Drew a breath. In my analysis. This was always about capturing Bakugo. Using him as leverage. Drawing us to Kamino Ward. Then we go to Kamino Ward, Taraka said simply. It's a trap. Obviously. We go anyway. Izuku looked at his team. 6 alien women, battered, tired, one of them still trembling in his arms. They just fought a small army and won, but Kamino would be orders of magnitude worse. All for One would be there. The full force of the League. Custom Nomu they hadn't even seen yet. And the deadliest villain in the history of their world, waiting with a plan specifically designed to take the Chaquetrix from Izuku's wrist. "I can't ask you to do this," he said. Firaxa's flames reignited. "You're not asking. We're telling you." Crystera straightened. "Tactical assessment, our odds are poor. Our alternatives are worse. We go." Velasa was already stretching. "I've literally been alive for like 2 months and I'm not dying before I get to outrun a bullet train. Let's do this." Bloomera's vines curled around Izuku's wrist, gentle as a caress. "Where you go, we grow." Taraka cracked every knuckle she had. "In my culture, walking into certain death for someone who insulted you is considered the highest form of honor." "He insulted all of us," Firaxa pointed out. "Exactly. It's very honorable." Ghostweave, still flickering, pulled herself together through sheer will. Her single eye focused. "I said I'd face things that make the dead afraid. I meant it." Izuku looked at each of them. These impossible, beautiful, terrifying women who had chosen him, not because of the Chaquetrix, not because of programming, but because of who he was. He didn't deserve them. But he'd spend the rest of his life trying to. "Kamino Ward," he said. "We leave in 1 hour. Full combat readiness. No holding back. This ends tonight." Kamino Ward was burning when they arrived. Not from combat, from preparation. All for One had cleared a 6-block radius around his base of operations, demolishing buildings and clearing sightlines. The message was clear: he knew they were coming, and he'd prepared the battlefield. Izuku and his team stood on a rooftop at the perimeter, looking down at the destruction. The warehouse district stretched before them, empty, silent, lit by scattered fires that cast everything in orange and shadow. "He's not hiding," Crystera observed. "He wants us to know where he is. He's inviting us in." "Confident bastard," Firaxa growled. "He has reason to be." Izuku touched the Chaquetrix. It was humming, louder than he'd ever felt it, vibrating against his skin like it was trying to tell him something. He's had decades to accumulate power. Hundreds of quirks. He's fought All Might at his prime and survived. Whatever we think we're ready for, he's planned for it. So we don't do what he planned for, Velasa said. We do something new. That's the idea. Izuku pulled up a mental map of the area. Entry team, me, Firaxa, Ghostweave. We go in through the front. Draw his attention, engage his defenses, find Bakugo. And the rest of us? Taraka asked, an edge in her voice. Perimeter. Crystera, seal every exit with crystal barriers. Nothing gets out. Velasa, your mobile response, wherever the fighting gets thickest, you reinforce. Taraka, you're our reserve. When the Nomu come, and they will come, you're the one who meets them. He looked at Bloomera. And you're our lifeline. I need you underground, extending your route network through the entire district. Communication relay, structural support, emergency extraction. If everything goes wrong, you pull us out. Bloomera pressed her palm to the ground. Vines sank into the concrete, burrowing deep, spreading out in a network that would eventually span the entire battlefield. Give me 10 minutes. You have 5. She closed her eyes and grew. They breached the perimeter at 11:47 p.m. Izuku walked through the front entrance of the central warehouse with Firaxa on his right and Ghostweave on his left. The doors were open. Inviting. Inside, the space had been cleared, a vast, empty floor, industrial lighting casting harsh shadows, and at the far end, a chair. All for One sat in it. He didn't look like a supervillain. He looked like a businessman, suit, tie, polished shoes. His face was a ruined landscape of scar tissue, eyes sealed shut, mouth twisted into something that wasn't quite a smile. Life support equipment attached to his head hummed softly. Bakugo knelt beside him, bound in restraints that crackled with electrical suppression. His mouth was gagged, but his eyes, red, furious, defiant, tracked Izuku the moment he entered. Izuku Midoriya. All for One's voice was calm, cultured, and utterly devoid of warmth. I've been looking forward to this meeting. Please, come in. I see you've brought 2 of your companions. I expected all of them. The others are busy. Ah. Perimeter control, I assume. Crystera sealing exits, Velasa on rapid response, Taraka in reserve, Blumera establishing a route network for communication and extraction. He tilted his head. Did I miss anyone? Izuku's blood chilled. He knows. He knows everything. You're wondering how I know your deployments. All for One stood from his chair, smooth and unhurried. I have eyes everywhere, boy. I've been watching you since the sludge villain incident. Every training session, every strategy meeting, every quiet conversation in your dorm room. You're remarkably thorough for a teenager. But you have a fatal flaw. What's that? You care too much. About everyone. It makes you predictable. He gestured at Bakugo. Case in point. Firax's flames roared. Release the kid and maybe we'll let you walk away from this. All for One laughed. It was a genuine laugh, amused, not theatrical. The Pyronite. Firaxa, yes. Fascinating species. Sentient plasma held together by a crystalline endoskeletal structure. Resistant to most forms of energy manipulation, but vulnerable to, Firaxa launched a fireball at his face. All for One raised one hand. The fireball stopped in midair, compressed into a marble-sized sphere, and dropped to the floor with a clink. Gravitational manipulation, he finished. Which I acquired from a now-deceased hero in 1987. Please don't interrupt. It's rude. The display of power was calculated. He'd neutralized Firax's attack with casual ease, demonstrating that he'd prepared countermeasures for every ability he'd observed. Izuku's mind raced through possibilities. What do you want? Izuku asked. The Chaquetrix. No hesitation. No pretense. The device on your wrist is the most significant piece of technology to appear on this planet in human history. It creates life, conscious, powerful, loyal life, from pure genetic data. Do you understand what that means? Not just for heroism. For everything. Medicine. Evolution. The fundamental nature of existence. It's not for sale. I'm not buying. I'm taking. All for One spread his hands. But I'm a reasonable man. Surrender the Chaquetrix willingly, and I release the boy. Your companions will persist, they're already manifested, already independent. They'll lose their bond to you, but they'll survive. You'll walk away alive, quirkless again, but alive. And if I refuse? Then I take it from your corpse. And your companions die with you. The air thickened. Firax's flames burned higher, blue at the edges. Ghostweave's spectral form darkened, shadows pooling around her. Izuku felt the Chaquetrix pulse against his skin, faster, harder, responding to the threat. You think I'm afraid to die? Izuku said. I've already done it once. It's overrated. All for One's scarred face twisted. Brave words. Let's see if you can back them up. He moved. Izuku had seen All Might fight. He'd seen the Nomu at the USJ. He'd faced League villains and survived the training camp attack. Nothing, none of it, prepared him for the speed and power of All for One at full engagement. The first attack was a shockwave, an air blast that compressed the atmosphere into a weapon, fired from All for One's palm like a cannon. Firaxa threw herself in front of Izuku, absorbing the impact. It knocked her backward 20 feet, her feet carving trenches in the concrete floor. FIA. I'm fine. He hits hard. Really hard. The second attack came from a different direction, a tendril of dark energy, something between shadow and solid matter, lashing at Izuku's flank. Ghostweave intercepted, her spectral body absorbing the attack, but the dark energy fought against her. She screamed, a layered, harmonic scream that cracked the windows. It burns. His power burns the spirit, not the body. All for one advanced, systematic, controlled. He wasn't fighting with emotion, he was executing a plan. Each attack targeted a specific weakness, each movement positioned him for the next strike. He'd studied them for months and prepared for every contingency. Firaxa went in swinging. She closed distance, burning hotter than she'd ever burned, her body approaching nova temperatures. The air around her ignited. The concrete melted beneath her feet. All for One met her with a combination of quirks, force multiplication, impact negation, kinetic absorption. Her punches connected and did nothing. Her fire washed over him and dissipated against a barrier of stolen power. Impressive heat output, he commented, catching her fist with one hand. But Pyronite combat style relies on overwhelming force. Against someone who can nullify force. He twisted her arm. She shrieked. It's ineffective. He threw her. She crashed through a support pillar and hit the far wall hard enough to crack the concrete. Firaxa. Izuku charged, crystal gauntlets humming, throwing everything he had into a right hook aimed at All for One's jaw. All for One caught his fist without looking. You're quirkless, boy. What exactly did you think you were going to accomplish? This. Izuku's left hand slapped the Chaquetrix against All for One's wrist. The device screamed. Not a hum, a full-throated scream of energy that pulsed through both of them. All for One jerked, his composure cracking for the first time. What are you, scanning you? Izuku grinned through bloodied teeth. The Chaquetrix doesn't just create. It analyzes. And now it knows every quirk you have. Data flooded Izuku's mind through the bond, hundreds of quirks, catalogued and categorized in an instant. Their strengths, their weaknesses, their interactions. The Chaquetrix had mapped All for One's entire stolen arsenal in a single touch. All for One ripped his hand free and backhanded Izuku across the room. Izuku hit the ground hard, rolled, tasted blood. But he was smiling. Kristera, he called through the bond. I'm sending you his quirk data. Find the gaps. Miles of information transferred through their connection. Kristera, at the perimeter, processed it at the speed of crystal computation. Her response came in 3 seconds. Force manipulation has a frequency dependency, it can't counter vibrations above 40,000 Hz. The kinetic absorption saturates at approximately 12 megatons of force. And his life support systems are vulnerable to electromagnetic disruption. Ghost. Did you hear that? Vibrations above 40,000 Hz. Ghost's voice was tight with pain. I can do that. My spectral whale operates at frequencies up to 80,000 Hz. Do it. Ghostweave screamed. Not the pain scream from before, this was intentional, focused, a concentrated blast of hypersonic frequency that bypassed All for One's force barriers entirely. He staggered, hands going to his head, his stolen quirks flickering as the sound disrupted his concentration. Now! Izuku shouted. Everyone! The walls exploded inward. Kristera's crystal barriers shattered as she repurposed them, launching thousands of razor-sharp projectiles through the warehouse walls, creating a hailstorm of prismatic destruction that converged on All for One's position. He deflected most of them with telekinetic force, but Ghost's whale was disrupting his control. Shards got through, drawing lines of blood across his suit. Velasa hit him next. She blurred through the entrance at maximum speed, striking him 17 times in 2 seconds, each blow precisely targeted at the joints of his limbs, disrupting his stance, keeping him off balance. He caught her on the 18th strike, his hand closing around her tail, and threw her into the ceiling. She bounced off, recovered mid-air with acrobatic grace, and came back for another pass. Taraka came through the floor. She'd been waiting beneath the warehouse, silent, patient, conserving her strength for this moment. She erupted from the concrete like a red-skinned earthquake, all four fists driving upward into All for One's body. The impact was seismic. The warehouse shook. Cracks radiated across the floor. All for One went airborne, the first time in the fight he'd been moved against his will, and Taraka followed him up, hammering blows into his midsection that would have pulverized steel. He recovered. He always recovered. A combination of regeneration quirks and durability enhancements kept him functional despite the punishment. He landed on his feet, coat shredded, life support sparking, and his ruined face twisted into genuine anger. Enough. The word carried power. Not metaphorical power, literal, physical power. An infrasonic command wave that hit every person in the warehouse like a wall of pressure. Izuku's team staggered. Even Taraka, 800 pounds of Tetraman warrior, was driven to one knee. All for One raised both hands, and from his palms, something new emerged. Not a quirk, or not just a quirk. Technology. The same technology the JAXA probes had contained. Alien technology that he'd reverse-engineered during the weeks since the Hosu attack. A pulse of disruption energy hit the Chaquetrix. The device screamed again, but this time in pain, not analysis. Izuku felt it through the bond, a searing agony that radiated from the device through his nervous system. His companions felt it too, Firax's flames guttered, Kristera's crystal cracked, Velasa collapsed mid-stride, Taraka's strength visibly faded. "You're not the only one who can acquire new tools," All for One said. "The probes your device attracted contained fascinating technology. Alien engineering, designed to interact with systems exactly like the Chaquetrix. It took my people weeks to reverse-engineer a disruptor, but the results." He increased the power. The pulse intensified. "Speak for themselves." Izuku's vision blurred. The bond was fraying, he could feel his connections to his companions thinning, weakening, like threads being cut one by one. Firax's presence flickered. Kristera's went dim. Velasa's vanished entirely for a terrifying second before returning, faint and trembling. "Stop it." Izuku gritted. "You're killing them. I'm severing them. From you. From the device. Once the bond is broken, they'll destabilize, their physical forms will lose coherence without the Chaquetrix's energy to sustain them. They'll simply dissolve." "No." Izuku lunged at All for One, not with strategy, not with planning, just with raw, desperate fury. He swung with his crystal gauntlets, aiming for the disruptor, trying to smash it, destroy it, anything to stop the pulse that was killing his family. All for One caught him by the throat. Lifted him off the ground. Squeezed. "This is what compassion earns you," All for One said. "Pain. Loss. The helplessness of watching the people you love die while you can do nothing." He leaned close. "I told you, caring makes you predictable. A conqueror would have used these beings as soldiers, sent them to fight while he stayed safe. You brought them into a trap because you couldn't bear to leave them behind." Izuku clawed at the hand around his throat. His vision darkened at the edges. Behind him, he could hear his companions falling, Firax's flames dying, Kristera's crystal crumbling, Taraka dropping to both knees. "They're not soldiers," Izuku choked. "They're not weapons. They're, what? What are they, boy? They're the people I love." His voice cracked. Blood ran from his nose, his ears. The Chaquetrix was screaming. "And I won't let you take them." The Chaquetrix detonated. Not an explosion, an eruption of energy that burst from the device in a sphere of green-white light, overloading the disruptor, overloading All for One's stolen quirks, overloading everything within 100 meters. All for One was thrown backward, his grip on Izuku's throat broken, his technological countermeasure shattering into sparks and fragments. The disruption field collapsed. Izuku's bond snapped back to full strength, Firax's flames reignited, Crystera's crystal reformed, Velasa surged to her feet, Taraka rose with murder in her golden eyes. And the Chaquetrix wasn't done. Energy poured from the device, more than Izuku had ever felt, more than any previous manifestation. 2 new signatures bloomed in his awareness simultaneously, beings of such power that the Chaquetrix struggled to contain their formation. The first materialized in the air above the battlefield, translucent, glowing, a being made of living electricity. She was feminine, vaguely humanoid, her body composed of interlocking tendrils of bioelectric energy that crackled and surged with power. Jellyfish-like appendages trailed from her arms and back, each one charged with enough voltage to power a city. Amperi Sola, Izuku breathed, the name arriving in his mind alongside the being herself. She opened eyes made of lightning and looked down at the scene below, a ruined warehouse, a wounded boy, a monstrous villain, and 6 alien women who were barely standing. She processed it all in a microsecond. "Well," she said, her voice buzzing with electrical harmonics. "This is a terrible situation. Let me fix it." She discharged. Bioelectric energy flooded the warehouse, but it wasn't random, it was surgical. Every bolt found a target. All for One's remaining technology fried. His communication devices sparked and died. The neural interfaces in his life support equipment went haywire, forcing him to divert quirks to keep his body functional instead of fighting. Electromagnetic being, All for One snarled, recovering faster than any normal person should. Amperi species. "I'll need to," the second manifestation hit. This one came from below. The ground buckled, then cracked, then gave way entirely as something massive rose from the earth. She was dense, so dense that the air around her warped, light bending as gravity itself responded to her presence. Her body was spherical at the core, humanoid in form, rocky, textured, with rings of debris orbiting her shoulders and head like a planetary system in miniature. Her eyes were deep and ancient, glowing with the light of a stellar core. Gravitara. She rose to her full height, shorter than Taraka but infinitely heavier, her gravitational field pressing down on everything within range. Dust and debris orbited her body. The floor cratered beneath her feet. She looked at All for One with eyes that had seen the formation of solar systems. "You are small," she said. Her voice was low, slow, carrying the weight of geological ages. "In power and in spirit. But you have hurt the one who called me. That I will not permit." She raised one hand. Gravity inverted. All for One left the ground. Not jumped, was lifted, by a force he couldn't counter with any stolen quirk, because gravity manipulation at Galilean levels operated on a scale that human quirks simply couldn't match. He floated, helpless for the first time in over a century, rage and disbelief warring on his ruined face. "Put me down." He fired quirks in every direction, force blasts, energy beams, telekinetic strikes. Gravitara absorbed them all, her gravitational field bending attacks away from her body like water around a stone. "No," she said. She slammed him into the floor. Ceiling. Floor again. Ceiling again. Each impact harder than the last, each one rattling the warehouse to its foundations. All for One's regeneration fired constantly, healing damage as fast as it was inflicted, but even he had limits. "Enough," he roared, and unleashed everything. A pulse of combined quirk power erupted from his body, every offensive ability he'd stockpiled, all at once. The warehouse disintegrated. The walls blew outward. The roof launched skyward. A sphere of destruction expanded from All for One's position, annihilating everything in its path. Izuku felt the blast coming. He had less than a second. Blumura. The earth answered. A dome of living wood erupted from the ground, encasing Izuku, Bakugo, and everyone within Blumura's root network in a cocoon of reinforced plant matter. The blast hit it, and the dome held. Barely. Blumura screamed with effort, pouring everything she had into the barrier, her body dissolving at the edges as she sacrificed mass for strength. The blast passed. The dome cracked open. Kamino Ward was leveled. Where the warehouse had stood, there was a crater 200 meters wide. Buildings within a 6-block radius were rubble. Fires burned everywhere. Dust choked the air. And All for One stood at the center of the crater, breathing hard, his suit destroyed, his body covered in wounds that were slowly closing. Impressive, he panted. Truly impressive. You've pushed me further than All Might ever did. But it's not enough. It will never be enough. I have had 100 years to accumulate power. You've had months. Izuku's team gathered around him, 8 women now, battered and bleeding but standing. Firaxa, flames low but burning. Kristera, cracked but reforming. Velasa, limping but vibrating with unspent speed. Chiraka, blood running from cuts across all 4 arms. Blumera, her green skin pale, her vine hair wilting. Ghostweave, flickering, barely visible. Amparisola, crackling with diminished charge. Gravitara, steady as a mountain but straining against the effort of her earlier display. They were running on empty. All of them. And All for One was still standing. Give it up, boy. All for One began walking toward them, slow, deliberate. You fought bravely. Better than I expected. But this ends with me taking the Chaquetrix. It always does. In every scenario, in every calculation, the strongest wins. That's the truth of this world. Izuku's legs trembled. His body was screaming at him to stop, to give up, to accept that he was outmatched. The Chaquetrix pulsed on his wrist, weakly, exhausted from the double manifestation. But it was still pulsing. Still alive. Still ready. The strongest wins, Izuku repeated. You really believe that? It's not belief. It's fact. Then you're wrong. Izuku raised his arm. The Chaquetrix flared, one last time, brighter than it had ever flared before, brighter than the sun, brighter than anything. The light filled the crater, filled the sky, filled the world. And something answered. Not from the device. From beyond it. From the space between dimensions, the gap between what was and what could be. A resonance so deep it made the planet shudder. She descended from the light. She was made of void and stars. Her body was darkness, not shadow, not black, but the actual absence of light, the space between galaxies. And in that darkness, stars burned. Constellations moved across her skin, nebulae swirled in her eyes, supernovae bloomed and died along her arms. She was humanoid but barely, her proportions shifted as you looked at her, tall then small, distant then immediate, like trying to focus on infinity. Celestiala. A Celestialsapian. All for One stopped walking. For the first time, the very first time, his confidence cracked. Not because of her power, though that was beyond anything he could comprehend. Because of what she represented. A being that could rewrite reality. No, he whispered. That's not possible. That level of power doesn't exist. It can't, it does. Her voice was everything and nothing. Soft as background radiation. Loud as a quasar. I am Celestiala. I exist because he was willing to die for the people he loves. That resonance, that selfless, absolute willingness to sacrifice, is the key the Chaquetrix needed to unlock my template. She looked at All for One, and galaxies moved in her eyes. You could never have triggered it. You don't know how to love anything but yourself. All for One's hands shook. He raised them anyway, gathering every quirk he had, hundreds of stolen abilities, a century of accumulated power, and fired everything at Celestiala. She blinked. The attacks unmade themselves. Not deflected. Not absorbed. They simply stopped existing. The energy, the matter, the quirk factors themselves unwove and scattered into quantum noise. All for 1 century of accumulated power evaporated like morning dew. He stared at his empty hands. This wielder has shown me something no Chaquetrix wielder in any universe has demonstrated, Celestiala said, her voice carrying across the crater, the city, the country. He doesn't want to use us. He wants to love us. And we want to love him. Your claim on the Chaquetrix is denied. She raised one hand. All for one's body locked, every atom frozen, every quirk suppressed, every stolen power sealed. He hung in the air, immobilized by the casual will of a being that operated on a scale he couldn't even conceptualize. Don't kill him, Izuku said. Celestiala turned to him. Constellations shifted in her expression, curiosity, surprise, warmth. He tried to kill you. He tried to kill your companions. He targeted your mother. He would have enslaved your children and conquered your world. She tilted her head. And you want him to live? I want him to answer for what he's done. In front of the people he hurt. Death is too easy for him. I want him to face justice. Celestiala studied him for a long moment. Then she smiled, a slow, vast smile that made the night sky brighter. You're remarkable. She flicked her wrist, and all for one's body was encased in a containment field of folded spacetime, a prison that no quirk could break, no technology could pierce, no force in the universe could undo without celestial sapient intervention. He'll keep until your authorities can collect him. She shrank. The cosmic scale collapsed, folding inward, galaxies compressing until she stood at human height, still otherworldly, still galaxy-skinned, but now eye-level with Izuku. Up close, her features were delicate, almost elfin, with eyes that contained actual moving starfields. Hello, Izuku, she said. I've been waiting to meet you. His brain short-circuited. She was beautiful in a way that transcended physical attraction, looking at her was like looking at the universe and having it look back with affection. Hi, he managed. Is that all? You're really pretty. She laughed, and constellations rippled across her skin. Behind them, Firaxa groaned. Even the cosmic god-woman gets hit with, "You're pretty." He's so consistent. Consistently adorable, Kristra corrected. Same thing. The aftermath was measured in days. All for one was collected by a joint task force, heroes, military, government officials, and transported to a maximum security facility designed by Celestiala herself. The containment was absolute. No escape. No communication. No schemes. Tamura Shigaraki was captured in the rubble of Kamino, unconscious, his body battered from the blast wave he'd been too slow to escape. He'd been watching from a nearby building, waiting for his master's signal to act. The signal never came. He woke up in a prison cell, hands restrained, eyes wild. He can't be gone. He promised me. He promised, the guards didn't respond. Shigaraki screamed until his voice gave out, then sat in silence, staring at the wall with an intensity that made the surveillance team nervous. He wasn't done. Not by a long shot. But for now, he was contained. Bakugo was freed from his restraints and taken to Recovery Girl. He had minor injuries, bruises, scrapes, nothing serious. Physically, he was fine. Emotionally was another matter. Izuku found him sitting alone in the UA infirmary, staring at his hands. The explosive teenager was quiet, genuinely quiet, no anger, no bluster. Just sitting. You came for me, Bakugo said without looking up. Yeah. You took your freak army into a fight with the most dangerous villain in the world. For me. The guy who spent 10 years making your life hell. You're my classmate. My responsibility. Don't give me that hero crap. Bakugo's voice cracked. Tell me the real reason. Izuku sat down across from him. Because nobody deserves to be abandoned. Not even you. Especially not you. Bakugo's jaw clenched. His shoulders shook. He didn't cry, he was Bakugo, he would rather die, but something broke behind his eyes. Some wall that had been building since childhood, since the first time he realized that being strong wasn't the same as being invincible. I can't beat you, Bakugo whispered. I've never been able to beat you. Not because of your aliens or your watch or any of that crap. Because you never stop. You just, never stop. Is that a compliment? Don't push it, Deku. They sat in silence for a while. It wasn't comfortable, their relationship was too damaged for that. But it was something. A beginning, maybe. Or an ending. Either way, it was honest. Your alien women, Bakugo said eventually. They really fought for you. Like, really fought. Not because you told them to. They're not soldiers. They're family. Yeah. Bakugo's hands unclenched, slowly. I can see that. The political fallout was seismic. Director Seigo arrived at UA the morning after Kamino, flanked by HPSC officials. She looked exhausted, dark circles under her sharp eyes, her usual composure frayed at the edges. She'd been up all night fielding calls from government officials, military brass, and international agencies. The meeting was held in Nizu's office. Izuku sat across from Seigo, his 9 companions arranged behind him. Celestiala stood at the back, her presence warping the room's gravity ever so slightly, her starfield eyes watching everything with amused detachment. Let me summarize the situation, Seigo said, her voice clipped. Last night, a UA student and his companions engaged and defeated All for One, a villain who has been operating in Japan for over a century, responsible for untold suffering and corruption. In the process, multiple city blocks were destroyed, significant collateral damage was incurred, and a being of apparently limitless power was manifested. She looked at Celestiala. Celestiala waved. Seigo's eye twitched. The Commission's position was that your companions represented an uncontrolled threat to public safety. After last night, that position is no longer tenable. Oh. Izuku kept his voice neutral. Your companions didn't just save one student. They saved the country. Possibly the world. All for One's capture eliminates the single greatest threat to Japanese hero society in living memory. Seigo paused, choosing her words carefully. The Commission would like to revise its approach. Meaning? Full citizenship. For all of them. Legal recognition as autonomous beings with full rights under Japanese law. Hero licenses, not provisional, not conditional. Full professional licenses, contingent only on the standard regulations that apply to all heroes. Izuku blinked. He'd been expecting a fight. This felt like surrender. What's the catch? Seigo's composure cracked, just slightly, into something that might have been a rueful smile. No catch. I'm not foolish enough to try to cage beings who just defeated a villain that the entire hero system failed to contain for 100 years. The Commission exists to protect the public. Your companions protect the public. Fighting you was always a waste of resources. That's, surprisingly reasonable. I'm a pragmatist, Midoriya. Not a villain. She stood. There is one thing, however. Not a demand, a request. What? The probes. The signal your device sent into space. Something is coming, we've detected it, JAXA has detected it, every space agency on Earth has detected it. Alien ships, approaching our solar system. The world is going to need your help. She looked at him, really looked, stripped of political calculation and bureaucratic armor. Not your companion's help. Yours. Your mind, your strategic ability, your capacity to bridge the gap between human and alien. You want me to be Earth's ambassador. I want you to be whatever you need to be. Because whatever's coming, you're the only person on this planet who has any frame of reference for dealing with it. Izuku considered this. He looked at Nizu, who nodded slightly. He looked at his companions, who stood behind him like a wall of loyalty and power. Firaxa. Crystera. Velasa. Taraka. Ghostweave. Blue Mera. Amparisola. Gravitara. Celestiala. 9 women. 9 species. 9 connections forged through desperation and need and choice and love. I'll do it, he said. But not alone. Never alone. Seigo nodded. I wouldn't expect anything less. She left. The door closed. And Izuku let out a breath that felt like it had been trapped in his lungs for 2 lifetimes. That went better than expected, Crystera observed. She's still going to be a pain, Firaxa muttered. Just a different kind of pain. Progress is progress, Blue Mera said. Even imperfect progress. Celestiala drifted forward, her starfield eyes meeting Izuku's. You handled that well. No aggression, no posturing. Just clarity. She tilted her head. You really are different from other wielders. So people keep telling me. They're right. She reached out and touched his cheek. Her fingers were cool, not cold like Ghostweave, but the cool of deep space, vast and quiet. The others have had months with you. I'm new. But I already understand why they chose you. Why? Because you're not trying to be the strongest. You're trying to be the kindest. And somehow, that makes you stronger than anyone who's ever held a Chaquetrix. She kissed his forehead. Where her lips touched, a tiny constellation of freckle-like stars appeared on his skin, temporary, fading over seconds, but real. Firaxa made a strangled noise. Did she just, the cosmic entity just kissed our, Crystera corrected firmly. The operative word is, our. Yeah, I know, I just didn't expect the literal goddess to move that fast. I move at the speed of universal expansion, Celestiala said mildly. Everything else is slow by comparison. Velasa cackled. I like her. She's funny. In a terrifying cosmic entity sort of way. Izuku bought a house. It wasn't his idea, Crystera had done the research, Blue Mera had found the property, and Firaxa had intimidated the real estate agent into a fair price, not intentionally, she'd just been standing there. The money came from hero work earnings, a government grant for planetary defense consultation that Seigo had quietly approved, and a surprisingly generous contribution from All Might. The property was outside UA's campus, a large traditional Japanese estate with extensive grounds, multiple buildings, and enough space for 9 alien women with wildly different environmental needs. It needed work. A lot of work. They did the work themselves. Firaxa heat-treated the entire main building, baking out moisture, killing mold, hardening the wood. Crystera grew crystal support structures into the foundation, reinforcing walls and load-bearing elements. Velasa repainted every room in an afternoon, she kept running back to argue about color choices. Taraka rebuilt the stone walls around the property by hand, literally lifting boulders and fitting them together like puzzle pieces. Blue Mera transformed the garden. Within a week, the grounds were a paradise, alien plants growing alongside Japanese maples and cherry blossoms, bioluminescent flowers lighting the paths at night, a massive tree in the center of the garden that she'd grown specifically to provide shade over a picnic area. Ghostweave claimed the darkest room in the house, a corner study with heavy curtains and no windows. She lined it with soft fabrics, created a nest of pillows and blankets, and made it the coziest space in the building despite its perpetual darkness. It became the designated ghost cave, and nobody entered without permission. Amparisola took the workshop. She'd been quiet during the battles, new to existence, but now she exploded into activity, tinkering with every piece of technology in the house, upgrading the electrical system, building devices that Izuku couldn't even identify. She and Izuku spent hours together, geeking out over engineering concepts. This circuit design is fascinating, she buzzed, holding up a modified power cell. Human technology is primitive but creative. If I integrate bioelectric feedback loops with your silicon-based processors, you'd get a self-powering computation array, Izuku finished, eyes wide. With exponentially increasing processing speed. Yes. Exactly. You understand immediately. She grabbed his hands, electricity crackling between their fingers. Nobody ever understands immediately. Most sentients take hours to grasp basic quantum electrodynamics. Most sentients haven't been obsessing over tech specs since they were 4. We're going to build amazing things together. Her translucent body brightened with excitement. I have 73 project proposals. When can we start? How about now? They built until 3 in the morning. At some point, Firaxa came in to drag Izuku to bed, found them surrounded by half-assembled devices and scattered schematics, and just shook her head. Nerds. I'm living with nerds. She picked Izuku up bodily, slung him over her shoulder, and carried him out while Amperisola waved goodbye with a crackling tendril. We'll finish the quantum stabilizer tomorrow. Amperisola called after them. No you won't. Firaxa called back. He's sleeping. Sleeping is inefficient. Sleeping is mandatory. Gravitara had taken the room with the highest ceiling. She'd adjusted the gravity within it, lighter near the ceiling, heavier near the floor, creating a gradient that let her float comfortably at any level. Her room contained very little, a meditation cushion, some stones from the garden, and a single window facing east. She spent most of her time meditating, her gravitational field humming softly, occasionally causing small objects in adjacent rooms to float. Your presence is calming, Izuku told her one evening, sitting with her in her room while the house bustled around them. I am a planetary body, she replied, her voice slow and deep. Planets do not rush. They orbit. They endure. They hold things together. She opened one eye. You carry too much weight. Let me hold some. You can't carry my problems for me. I can adjust the gravity of your burdens. Make them lighter. That is what I do. She reached out and touched his shoulder. The pressure on his body eased, subtly, a fraction of Earth's gravity redirected, making him feel like he weighed 20 pounds less. Rest. He leaned against her rocky side, feeling the warmth of her stellar core through her skin. Thanks, Gravitara. You are welcome. Now please tell the Fire One to stop testing my gravitational field with thrown objects. It is becoming annoying. FIA, stop throwing things at Gravitara's room. I'm doing science, came the distant reply. She's not doing science, Gravitara said. I know. Inko visited on a Sunday. She came through the front gate carrying grocery bags, enough to feed 20, because she'd learned that alien metabolisms were unpredictable, and stopped dead at the sight of the house. Bloomera's garden was in full bloom. Crystal formations grew from the eaves. The path to the front door was lined with bioluminescent flowers. Izuku, she breathed. This is beautiful. Bloomera did most of the landscaping. Kristra handled structural improvements. Velasa painted. The living room is 3 different colors because she couldn't decide, Firaxa added, appearing at the door. Fia-chan. Inko lit up, rushing forward to hug her. This time, Firaxa's temperature control was perfect, warm but not burning. She'd practiced specifically for Inko hugs. I missed you, Mom, Firaxa said, and nobody commented on the fact that she'd called Inko Mom instead of Mrs. Midoriya, because it happened so naturally that commenting would have ruined it. The house tour took an hour. Inko exclaimed over everything, Kristra's crystal-reinforced foundation, so sturdy, Ghostweave's cozy dark room, oh, this is lovely, dear, very atmospheric, Taraka's training space, my goodness, those are large weights, Amperisola's workshop, what does this one do? It opens wormholes. That's nice, dear. Gravitara received a special reaction. Inko walked into her room, felt the gravity shift, and immediately said, "Oh, my back feels wonderful in here. Can I visit more often?" "You are always welcome," Gravitara said, and meant it. The real moment came in the kitchen. Inko had commandeered the cooking space. Blumera's experimental alien ingredients had been firmly sidelined in favor of traditional Japanese home cooking, and was making enough curry to feed a small army. Taraka stood beside her, learning to chop vegetables with 4 hands. Her coordination was perfect. She could dice, slice, mince, and peel simultaneously, but Inko kept correcting her technique. "Smaller pieces, Taraka-chan. The carrots need to be uniform so they cook evenly. In Tetraman cuisine, we simply crush the ingredients into paste." "Well, we're not making paste. We're making curry. Smaller pieces." Taraka adjusted. 4 hands, working in perfect synchronization, producing precisely uniform carrot pieces. "Beautiful." Inko beamed. "You're a natural." "I have been told I am a natural at destruction." This is the first time someone has said it about cooking. Destruction and cooking aren't so different. Both require precision and commitment. Taraka considered this. Then she smiled, a rare, genuine smile that softened her warrior features. "I like your mother," she told Izuku, who was watching from the doorway. "Everyone likes my mother. Your mother is a treasure. In Tetraman culture, we would declare war to protect a treasure. Please don't declare war on anyone. Only if necessary." Dinner was chaos. 10 people at a table designed for 6, dishes being passed in every direction, conversations overlapping in 3 languages, Japanese, Kinesillaran rapid fire, and whatever gravitational humming constituted Galilean communication. Fireaxa and Crystra argued about whether crystal or fire-forged cookware produced better results. Velasa ate so fast that she finished 3 plates before anyone else had started their second. Ghostweave hovered above the table, accepting small bites that Izuku held up to her spectral mouth. She couldn't taste food normally, but the gesture mattered more than the flavor. Amparisola accidentally shocked the rice cooker and had to fix it mid-meal. Gravitara's gravitational field made the soup float briefly. Celestiala sat at the end of the table, reading a human romance novel, taking notes in a language that didn't exist in any Earth library. She'd been doing this since her manifestation, studying human romantic dynamics with the intensity of an astrophysicist studying a new star. "This book suggests that romantic love requires grand gestures," she announced. "Is this accurate?" "Not always," Blumera said. "Sometimes love is quiet. Small things. Such as making someone tea when they're tired. Remembering what they like for breakfast. Being there when they don't ask you to be." Celestiala looked at Izuku, who was helping Inko clear dishes while simultaneously answering Amparisola's questions about quantum mechanics and dodging Velasa's attempts to steal his remaining curry. "Ah," she said. "I see. He does all of those things." "He does," all 8 other women said simultaneously. Izuku looked up, confused. "Did I miss something?" "No," Fireaxa said, smiling in a way that made her flames glow warm. "You never miss anything. That's the point." Inko watched this exchange, her son, surrounded by 9 impossible women who loved him, in a house that shouldn't exist, after surviving battles that shouldn't have been survivable, and cried. Happy tears, this time. The only kind she wanted to cry ever again. The evening wound down slowly. Inko left with 4 escort options. Velasa offered speed, Taraka offered muscle, Crystra offered crystal armor transport, and Fireaxa simply refused to let her walk home alone. In the end, all 4 went, leaving Izuku with Blumera, Ghostweave, Amparisola, Gravitara, and Celestiala. Izuku sat on the porch, watching the bioluminescent garden pulse with soft light. The night was warm. The Chaquetrix hummed contentedly on his wrist, its green glow mixing with the garden's blue. One by one, they joined him. Blue Mara grew a vine swing from the porch beam and settled into it, humming. Ghostweave draped herself over his shoulders, her spectral cold mixing with the warm air. Amperisola perched on the railing, her bioelectric glow adding another color to the garden's light show. Gravitara sat on the ground beside the porch, her planetary mass making the earth settle comfortably around her. Celestiala sat beside him. Close. Her starfield skin pulsed with slow, rhythmic light, galaxies breathing. You're happy, she observed. Yeah. I am. Good. You deserve to be. She looked up at the real stars above them. The signal. You know what it means. Something's coming. Many somethings. The Chaquetrix's activation broadcast across dimensions. Species that know what it is, what it can do, are responding. Some with curiosity. Some with greed. Vilgax. Among others. He's the most immediate threat, but not the last. The universe is vast, Izuku. And now it knows you exist. He should have been afraid. A few months ago, he would have been. But sitting here, surrounded by people who loved him, in a home they'd built together, fear felt like a language he'd forgotten. Whatever comes, he said, we'll face it together. Celestiala smiled. Stars bloomed across her cheeks like freckles. Together. Yes. I like that word. The others returned, Firaxa first, flames announcing her before she rounded the corner, followed by Taraka's heavy footsteps, Kristra's crystal clicks, and Velosa's blur of motion. Mom's home safe. Firaxa announced. She made us promise to come back next Sunday. Also, she's knitting Taraka a scarf. It will need to be very large, Taraka said. She knows. She's already started. Four-armed scarf. She looked determined. Izuku laughed. The sound carried across the garden, mixing with the glow of alien flowers and the hum of the Chaquetrix, rising into a night sky that was no longer empty. They gathered around him, all 9 of them, fire and crystal and speed and strength and shadow and growth and lightning and gravity and stars. His team. His partners. His family. I'm home, he said. 9 voices, overlapping in perfect dissonance, welcome back. And high above them, invisible to the naked eye, something new appeared in orbit. Not a probe. Not a ship. A beacon, answering the Chaquetrix's signal with a message that pulsed on a frequency only the device could decode. The Chaquetrix translated it directly into Izuku's mind, for words that should have been terrifying but instead made him smile, more are coming. He looked at the women around him. At the home they'd built. At the life they'd chosen. Good, he whispered. Let them come. The Chaquetrix pulsed once, warm, steady, ready, and the night settled over them like a promise. Whatever the universe sent, they'd face it. Together. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.